These are both on? Okay. Good morning, Excellencies, guests. Thank you for joining myself and fellow students of the Diplomatic Academy of Vienna for this year's DASICON, our student-organized and annual-led conference. I'm Julia Dean, and as the president of our organization, it is my great honor to welcome you and to offer a few opening remarks. Before we begin, I would like to extend sincere thanks to the individuals and organizations that have made today possible. Firstly, I would like to thank the city of Vienna, in particular Senatsrat Magister Thomas Resch, for their enduring support and collaboration on the DASICON. I would like to also thank our media partner, The International, which is Vienna's leading English language media company, for amplifying our message and reach. I would like to also extend a generous thanks to our sponsors, for example, the Diplomatic Academy Alumni Organization, Club DA, Karl Ludwig Cafe for the coffee that you've been hopefully enjoying already, EF Education First, the Embassy of the Philippines in Vienna, and Somopele. Many thanks, of course, to our distinguished panelists and workshop moderators, who I'm confident will provide very crucial, new, insightful perspectives on these issues we're discussing today. And of course, a final thank you to the people within these halls, from the administration and professors to the fellow team of all first-year students who took this idea from concept to reality. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So when the team and I first began planning this year's conference, we debated the theme. Some of us were passionate about climate change, others about power politics, and still others about crisis management and resolution. But as the conversation evolved, we found a unifying thread: diplomacy. Now, you may be thinking, how? On its face, diplomacy may seem like a closed system, a thing that future students of this academy may do in a gray building somewhere in Brussels. But I would like to raise to you a new definition of diplomacy. Diplomacy fundamentally is not just a profession, it's a tool, a mindset of bridge building, not trench digging. It's a question asked in earnest, a compromise reached after disagreement, or a shared goal pursued by unlikely allies. Diplomacy is not just treaties or formalities, but students protesting for climate action, grassroots organizers negotiating ceasefires, or scientific experts shaping ethical frameworks for new technologies. It may not always sound calm, cool, and collected, and it may involve hard questions or raised voices. But even at its messiest, dialogue will always be more constructive than conflict. The problems of our present generations, from the climate crisis to geopolitical fragmentation, cannot be tackled by outdated playbooks. Growth at any cost economic models rooted in extractivism have proven untenable and unsustainable. The liberal world order, once considered the guarantor of peace and prosperity, is now seen by many as fragile, if not fundamentally broken. Technologies built to facilitate productivity and decision-making today can have questionable and sometimes frightening possible consequences for tomorrow. The tool then that must be used is diplomacy, adaptive and essential. Whether in formal multilateral institutions or informal dialogues like the ones we'll have today, diplomacy offers a pathway through uncertainty. Today, you will navigate both the present challenges and future opportunities of diplomacy. This morning, you will hear from ambassadors, scientists, and experts about the state of diplomacy, the climate crisis, and the return of power politics. After we return from lunch, we will investigate how diplomacy can be activated through technology and through multilateral fora. Throughout the day, you will have the opportunity to apply new insights and learnings via our parallel sessions, our parallel workshops in the human rights space. And yeah, we come back to the question of today. Can diplomacy save the world? As you ponder this question, I ask you to consider how you can use your perspective and your voice to take action on one of the issues discussed here today. Diplomacy is just one tool in your toolbox, and there may be other times when you're called to use another tool. But today, I hope you get to exercise your diplomacy muscle and walk away from our DASICON with knowledge on how you can use diplomacy to save our world. Thank you. So before we kick off our conference with our opening panel, I'm delighted to share a video from our patron, the Austrian Foreign Minister, Her Excellency Beate Meiner-Reisinger, and then we'll have a few opening remarks also from our Club DA Vice President, Brigitte Blacha. Thank you for coming today, and please enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and dear students. It is a great honor for me to join you virtually today, not just as Austria's foreign minister, but as a firm believer in the power of diplomacy having a positive impact in this world, especially when led by engaged young minds like yours. The title of your conference poses a bold question. Can diplomacy save the world? That's no small task, but a very worthwhile endeavor. Because today we are confronting challenges that no single state can solve alone. From the escalating climate crisis to the return of great power rivalry, from rapid technological disruption to the question marks looming over the future of international organizations, the panels of this conference touch on some of the most critical diplomatic tests of our time. Diplomacy at its core is about building bridges in a world too often divided by walls. But today's diplomacy cannot be business as usual. It must be faster, more inclusive, more responsive to science, and more connected to the real lives of people across the globe. Let me be clear, the stakes are high. Climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's a geopolitical one. Floods, droughts, and rising seas do not respect borders. Wildfires and pollution do not discriminate, they affect everyone. The climate crisis is a test of our ability to cooperate across divides between wealthy and poor, north and south, present and future. If diplomacy cannot deliver here, where can it? And we see too the return of power politics, wars of aggression, violations of sovereignty, and the erosion of international norms challenge the very foundation of the rules-based order. Diplomacy must not be silent in the face of force. It must defend values resolutely and without illusion. Technology is another frontier. Artificial intelligence, cyber warfare, and digital surveillance are changing the way we interact and the way conflicts unfold. And even if we struggle to adapt, these technologies continue evolving. The diplomats of tomorrow must understand information technology as much as protocol. And finally, the international institutions. Born from the ashes of 2 world wars, they have since granted an unprecedented level of global cooperation. However, to remain effective, these institutions must change with a world that never stops evolving. But the vitality of the principle behind them, the idea that states can achieve so much more when they work together, should never be forgotten. Dear students, you are not the leaders of tomorrow. You are already shaping the world today. So your questions, your activism, your ideas, let this conference be more than just a conversation. Let it be a starting point. As Foreign Minister of Austria, I'm delighted to support spaces like this, where the next generation of diplomats, thinkers, and peacemakers come together not only to ask, can diplomacy save the world? But to begin showing us how. I thank you, and I very much look forward to the ideas and innovative solutions sparked by today's conference.
Okay.
I'm the Vice President of Club DA, the Alumni Association of the Diplomatic Academy. I was myself a diplomat, have worked for the Foreign Ministry for over 40 years. So our club, as many of you know, is one of the oldest alumni association in Austria. It was founded in 1968 by some of the graduates from the first courses, diploma courses. At that time, there was only one course. The Academy has grown, is now offering many courses, and so has also our club. We have now 1,900 members in over 100 countries. We have 14 local chapters active, mostly in Europe and in the Americas. And what do we do? Our mission is to connect the ever-growing community of the alumni with the present student and faculty. We offer career services. Many of you have maybe participated in the Link a few months ago. We have a mentoring program that we organize together with the Rotary Club Vienna Maria Theresia, and we have a scholarship program. We also organize events. The latest took only place last week for World Press Freedom Day, a panel discussion. And we support student activities like the publication of polemics or the DASICON, the ball, I'm sorry, and this conference today. And we are very happy that the tradition continues to organize this conference every year. This year, it has been the first time that it's organized by the first year students, and I really applaud you that you were able to put a team together. It's a lot of effort, but I think it's also an opportunity to put some of the skills that you have learned here at the Academy, or you are about to learn, to the test. And you have just heard the very encouraging words of our foreign minister, under whose patronage this conference takes place. And I've seen some of my former colleagues on the program, on the various panels. So I'm sure you will have interesting presentations and discussions along the day. And I wish you all a very successful conference.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our first panel with the question, is diplomacy in crisis? And let me just start a bit from the far. I think that everyone here has already noticed that the rumors about the end of history has been greatly exaggerated. Promised by Francis Fukuyama in 1992, it never came. Moreover, the world clearly doesn't want to end. It is becoming more and more interesting and challenging. Like already been mentioned, the international system envisioned after the Cold War was won by the West. The system centered on American leadership, liberal democracy, and rules-based order is now being challenged. We are seeing growing international instability. We are feeling the first tremors of political earthquakes. We are witnessing the Babylonian destruction of meanings, rules, and narratives that was once very dear for us. But today we are not going to go into analysis on the reasons behind all of this. We will simply record the fact that the very wind of change that Confucius was talking about has suddenly blown. And one of the features of this turbulence seems to be the crisis of diplomacy. The very diplomacy as a method of maintaining a balance of interests, security, and, of course, reasonable compromises. So if the transformation of the world order threatens to become radical, what awaits diplomacy? The crisis? What is the crisis? Is diplomacy responsible for all of the distortions in the system of today's international politics? And most importantly, what should we do if we keep our faith in diplomacy as an instrument recognized by all states in international communications? So this and much more is going to be the subject of today's discussion. Again, I welcome our dear speakers, dear guests, and let me introduce our dear participants. Of course, dear ambassadors, Dr. Petric, Dr. Briggs, thanks in particular to their efforts, to their diplomatic efforts and now successful cultural, academic, and scientific initiatives, Austrian diplomacy, since the time of Bruno Kreisky, has such a high and impeccable reputation in the international arena, and I would say the world order can still be called as such. We also have a pleasure today to have the esteemed Ms. Rebecca Jovin today joining us, who has been heading the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs for 4 years, where under the leadership, her leadership, a team of creative professionals is working on the disarmament agenda. Also, in addition, Rebecca actively promotes greater involvement of women in international politics, because apparently there too, women will certainly be able to make a disarming impression and impressive result. We also have today dear Ms. Alexandra Zdebska, who has made an impressive career in Austrian and international business and continues to help business development within the framework of Austrian Business Agency. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, Alexandra has her birthday today, and we are very grateful that she is with us, on this day, and we congratulate her from the bottom of our hearts, and we hope that later she will say that spending her birthday at the Diplomatic Academy was her beste Fälle. And last but not least, of course, Mr. Christian Wigand, who represents the European Commission in Austria, knows the workings of the Brussels political and diplomatic kitchen inside and out, and will probably share with us the recipes for its new political and political dishes and priorities, especially in the face of a sharp increase in the cost of ingredients, meaning the price of European political decisions, of course. So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our distinguished speakers, starting with Ambassador Briggs. Dear Ambassador Briggs, how would you assess the situation today? Is the diplomacy in crisis, and what tasks do you see in front of it now?
Thank you very much for the invitation to my own home here. There is no doubt that diplomacy is in crisis. No doubt. Because if there is a good reason for diplomacy, and I fully agree with what the president of the conference, but also the minister said, that diplomacy is much more than what diplomats do traditionally. But if the task of diplomacy is to avoid force, to avoid hard power decisions on how we are allowed to live and what sort of relations we are allowed to have, then diplomacy is not working. What we experience in various parts of the world is certainly not a success of diplomacy. Some people say, yes, but that's normal. You cannot expect that diplomats can save the world. This is a political issue where the power relations have to be resolved. Armies have to fight against it until there is an equal share of power, and then diplomats can make the rest. I don't agree. I would say diplomacy has to learn to adapt to the present day situation of how our communication works, how our technology is, how we relate between states, how do we include the new actors into diplomacy. So there's a long way to go. I would say we are offering here at the Diplomatic Academy master programs of 2 years. I would double the length to 4 years. Don't worry. but we should double them because there is so much that is needed in this educational part of it. And this includes the military aspects of things, that includes the technological aspects of things, that includes the economic aspects of the world order. So yes, diplomacy is for me really in crisis.
Thank you, Ambassador Briggs. I would now turn to Ambassador Petric. What would you say are the two major disruptions diplomacy is facing today? And must it adapt or rather transform entirely in the face of these radical changes?
Well, let's take the crisis that obviously exists and is much broader than just the crisis of diplomacy, but let's take the opportunity part of the crisis and address those issues, and this is the question that you have been asking me. What are the greatest challenges? The greatest challenge, of course, is a return to power politics. The post-1945 system, the United Nations system, then the international financial institution, Bretton Woods and so on, they have run their course, obviously. Yeah? So there are different possibilities how to deal with this. Usually, diplomacy is about continuity. Yeah? Now we are in the age of unpredictability. That's particularly coming from Washington, but this is more, there's more to it. Yeah? And the combination of big power politics and this unpredictability, which is always a sign of that something is changing on a grand scale, that is really now compounded by the fact that we live in the digital age. I think that's something where it was already made reference by Julia to what diplomacy is. It's a tool. It's not the protocol. It's not this being somewhere. You, as a diplomat, as an ambassador, you're not already the message. You have to be much more substantive than this was in the past. I also believe that the multilateralization of diplomacy has done means a huge progress, in fact. It's not only and any longer the classical situation of bilateral meetings. Already quite early on, when you think back to the post-30 World War situation, already there, multilateral issues, and then the multilateralism came up, and then of course the Vienna Congress was one of the highlights in this. And then closer to our time, it was of course the CSCE process. Yeah? Now, when we look at the global situation, nothing similar is underway, nothing at all. On the contrary, we are now in a downward spiral when it comes to diplomatic encounters, using diplomacy as a tool. Now, weaponry is much more important. And when I just saw speaking the foreign minister and reading about the new budget, the only ministry which gets more money is the Ministry of Defense. Now, I would not want to argue against it, but I would argue in favor of the other tool, and this is diplomacy, and this is the foreign ministry, to really invest in the foreign ministry. Yeah? That is something where you can see how this kind of change, almost a sea change that is happening in a country like Austria, where we were notoriously weak when it came to defense. And that's good to be corrected. But it cannot go on account of those tools which we handle the best in Austria. And in extension, in the European Union. The European Union was founded as a peace project. And it is clear, and there we need to be realistic, and we need to support and embrace the idea that we need to defend this peace project, And there, the hardware obviously comes in. So here you can see that in spite of the fact that diplomacy is in a crisis, let's take the opportunity. Let's also take the narrative back that peace is actually what we want, that persuasion, that compromise, these core elements of diplomacy, they need to come to the fore. Because in the end, and my friend has already referred to it, in the end, well, once the wars are fought, we diplomats are going to be back. They're going to ask for us. Right now, there is obviously not the time for it, but let's not just say, okay, this is a crisis and therefore we cannot act. We can act, and we can also, particularly when it comes to the public, when it comes to our dealings in policy matters, in matters of how to approach a better world, I believe we are central to this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Ambassador Petric. Definitely important points raised for maybe for our further discussion. I would now turn to our dear Rebecca. How would you assess the current state of multilateral disarmament efforts now? Does the dialogue still play a role in restoring trust and stability today?
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here and certainly echo many of the points that have already been made. So absolutely a point of crisis for multilateral disarmament as well, and for multilateralism. And so I do think, we're at a point of introspection, and one that really necessitates us also looking back on lessons of the past. And I think Ambassador Petric just alluded to as well, especially if you look at multilateral disarmament or disarmament efforts and arms control efforts writ large, it's always been a complex web. It's been bilateral, it's been regional, it's been multilateral. And the system that has been put in place that has really kept us, the international community, in relative peace for a long time is under strain. I mean, if you look back, diplomacy has always been at the core of those efforts, at the core of the efforts to create the laws of armed conflicts, to establish new norms, in particular with regard to protecting humanity from weapons that have, that are deemed to be abhorrent to humanitarian principles. And so diplomacy in all its facets has been absolutely essential to that historically. And so we are at a time of crisis. What I would argue is that time of crisis is also, it's not a sudden development, and I resist a little bit the narrative that some were suddenly in the state. It has been, especially if you look at disarmament, arms control, a long period of gradual erosion. You look at the different instruments, they've been under strain for many decades now, long predating current conflicts, including the conflict in Ukraine. You've had a conference on disarmament, which is the main negotiating forum for multilateral disarmament, that has been stalled for decades. You have several review cycles of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty that have gone without an agreed outcome. We're having negotiations in New York right now that are tense. And you've had this polarization that I think has also been alluded to, and especially this great power competition, including among nuclear weapon states, that really has been ongoing and building for some time. So I think, the painstakingly negotiated tools are under threat, and as has been said by other speakers, it's a question of really bolstering and upholding and defending those. And diplomacy and dialogue have always been key to that. Confidence building, trust are the core to that, and you cannot do it. And so if we look at the trends towards rearmament, it's been mentioned, many of you I'm sure have seen the CIPRI data that was issued on global military spending just very recently. We're at 2.7 trillion. dollars globally. Europe and Middle East are leading the charge in terms of the greatest increase in that spending. And as Ambassador Petric was also saying, the question there is also what does that come at an expense? For example, you see a parallel decrease in international development aid spending, and that's at a time where the SDGs are already under threat in terms of the progress towards achieving them. So this zero-sum game is a challenge, I think, for the international community. And of course, you know, when it comes to nuclear risk, I think we're at one of the most precarious moments in history since the Cold War. You have nuclear weapons regaining a prominent role in national security doctrines. You have nuclear rhetoric being used liberally in conjunction with different ongoing crises. But what I would also emphasize, and it's been alluded to but not explicitly, is the erosion of humanitarian principles and humanitarian arms control and disarmament instruments, from landmines to cluster munitions. And there too, you know, this perception of a double standard is one that I think is really one that is also causing strain and is a new challenge for diplomacy writ large. Emerging technologies, everybody's mentioned it, another area that we see that is obviously altering conflicts, altering our daily lives in so many ways, in many ways positive, but also with risk associated with them. And diplomacy and the pace of diplomacy is not able to keep pace with the speed of that and to put in the guardrails that we need to manage those risks. But I would come back to the history lessons, and we're here in a place of learning and academic rigor. Because what I think the danger is, and what you hear a lot in the current rhetoric around rearmament, is now is not the time to talk about disarmament. Now is not the time to think about diplomacy. Well, history teaches us precisely the opposite, I would argue. It is precisely in times of crisis and times of tension that these tools have become essential and important. I mean, I always give the example of the partial nuclear test ban treaty, negotiated, agreed a year after the Cuban Missile Crisis. And so this is a challenge. And so I would say, you know, we're in Vienna. There's a rich history here of confidence building, of dialogue and trust, and creating instruments that are essentially for safeguarding that. And we will, again, hopefully in some time, be in the time of peace. And so you have to have those tools in place that will prepare you and assure and uphold that. And so diplomacy for me is the only vehicle to achieve that. And I think you've seen member states come together. We had Pact of the Future agreed last year. You know, this is a call for action. It's a declaration of hope. I'll stop because I know we're short on time, but I want to say one word about education. You kind of mentioned it. Education is essential to me. Diplomacy, obviously important, dialogue, but education is also where we prepare for the future. And it's a major focus of our office here in Vienna, is equipping future leaders, I mean, people like those in the room, to work towards the advancement of these objectives. And I think this is really where the investment in the broad toolbox that many speakers have alluded to is really, really essential, and institutions like these and dialogues like these are key to that. So I would say, you know, difficult times, but history shows us that it's precisely in those times that we need that full range of tools at our disposal. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Also, very, very important statements, and something to think about, and maybe leave for a small discussion afterwards. Alexandra, if you allow me, I would now turn and give the floor to Christian, because Christian would have to leave us soon for the European Parliament. And, dear Christian Vigand, when it comes to the European Union, how do you see its evolving role today, especially in the face of today's geopolitical challenges? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Excellencies, dear students, guests. I'm sorry, Mike. Does it work now? Yes, now you can hear me. Okay. So good to be here. Good to be back, I may say, as I'm also an alumni of this institution. Like 2 or 3 years ago, I studied here. I still remember also the conference that we organized back then. So definitely a very good and practical experience that you have here when you do this. Yeah, to come back to your question, I mean, it was already alluded to. We kind of, I mean, I think it's not only diplomacy in crisis, it's basically the post-war world order that is in crisis, or at least in a very decisive moment. We see, you know, again, a war in Europe. We see attempts to change borders by force again, something that we have thought we had kind of, you know, ruled out and changed for the better. We are also economically in an era of harsh geostrategic competition. We see it now very visibly, but it's not entirely new. It's been happening for a couple of years, maybe 10 years even, that this has been, you know, shaping up between the US and China in particular, and Europe, of course, in between. We see also our kind of traditional anchor of stability, the transatlantic alliance, in a way in crisis mode. Of course, we work hard on it to find good solutions with our American partners, but it's a complicated time. These days, you know, when you're in the diplomatic world in Vienna these days, basically you have like 1 or 2 events every day commemorating one of these anniversaries. We have 80 years of the end of the World War, so I'd like to quote President von der Leyen a few years ago on one of these occasions when she spoke in the European Parliament. She said, and I quote, 80 years on, so after the war, we stand at another decisive moment in the history of our continent. The war in Ukraine will eventually come to a halt, and the way the war ends will shape our continent for generations to come, unquote. So it's a decisive moment especially for Europe. And it's Europe Day today. Today we have the 75th anniversary of the Schuman Declaration, which was kind of the initial spark of what is today the European Union. And it was mentioned that by Ambassador Petric, the European Union started as a peace project. This is our basic DNA. We transformed the war-torn continent into a community of law. And of course, the core of this is diplomacy. We replaced the power, the right of might with the rule of law, with long, often cumbersome negotiations, but we managed to achieve peace and prosperity for a long, long time. And I was reminded of that in a very found nice way yesterday at one of these events in St. Pölten of the governor of Lower Austria on the end of the war, where I bumped into an EU local councillor. We have this, these local councillors that we work with in different Gemeinderäte, whatever, in Austria, who work on EU affairs, and it was someone who had a background from the Arab world, but is in Austria here, and he told me, for me, I like to engage as an EU local councillor, because where I originally come from, in the Arab world, not even 2 countries next to each other, although they have the same religion, the same culture, manage to work peacefully with each other. They always fight. And here in Europe, you're so different. You have all these different, cultures, etc., and somehow you made it work. So that's all very good, but now we're in this difficult situation, and so what do we have to do now at the European level? I would sum it up maybe in one sentence. I think Europe has to grow up. We have relied too long on, especially on security on the United States, and well, you know it all. You know, the economic model also relying heavily on cheap Russian gas, etc. So we have 2 key priorities from the European Commission at the moment for this situation. And this is, of course, on the one hand, to strengthen our competitiveness, and on the other hand, to ensure security. You've all seen probably the proposal on Readiness 2030. So yes, we talk about armament, it's important, but it's a way of, growing up, of doing the homework that we haven't done for a very long time, and investing the money that is needed in our self-defense. So it's not, I think it's also important it's a bit, how do we talk about it? I don't like to call it armament, it's about self-defense, in essence, that we're talking about. So, to come back to your question, is diplomacy in crisis? Yeah, probably yes, but on the other hand, I think we need diplomacy more than ever. This is something that I hear a lot now in diplomatic circles here when you talk to their ambassadors, and I think it's not only because they want to keep their job, but it's really because you need diplomacy more than ever in all of these crises. Just look at what we've done yesterday from the Commission with our proposal to the United States on our proposal. We were showing what we would do if we do not get a deal on the tariffs. And this is also a carefully crafted piece of diplomacy, if you want. And in all of these areas, we will need diplomacy in the coming years very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christian. And finally, Alexandra, as someone coming from the world of economics and entrepreneurship, how do you see diplomacy today? Is it still delivering results? In this fast-paced, changing global environment?
Absolutely. In my opinion, diplomacy you need everywhere, not only in a political background, also in entrepreneurship. Also, if you go to any company, it doesn't matter what would you like to produce to sell, you need diplomacy. But the point is, in my opinion, the diplomacy is right now everywhere in the crisis. This is the main point, and we have to face it, and we have to do something against it. Diplomacy was built for a peace in the world. Yeah, it was built for making best relationships, international relationships, and for global challenges. But right now we have a lot of troubles, a lot of challenges which we have to face. First of all, multilateral system was built after the Second World War to foster global cooperation, and right now it's under severe strain. The organization like United Nations, World Trade Organizations couldn't achieve the goals which we had to achieve, and that was the big problem, of course, also with diplomacy. The next point is diplomatic failures. If we look on Syrian civil war, if we look to Palestinian and Israel's conflicts, unfortunately, it couldn't be solved. So the diplomatic fails in this case, and we couldn't do nothing, even though we know it's a very, very tragic for the people, for the civil people. The point is also, in my opinion, is the complexity and fake news which are spread through the social media. In any different channels, people don't know what they should believe. People don't know what is the truth. And they try to find against the truth, maybe, and against the good things in the world. And I think it's make diplomacy very complicated. And the next point is also we have in the diplomacy new actors. Diplomacy was, when I look at you, young people, diplomats who were going outside trying to solve the problems. Right now, the diplomacy is in the hand of chancellors, presidents, people who are on the head of the countries. When we look on Ukraine, when we look to countries like USA and Russia, they are making diplomacy right now. It's not almost maybe the best way, but this is the true right now. So we have to face another reality right now with the diplomacy, and I think this is a really big challenge for us and for everybody. But I'm positive, and I believe that diplomacy will grow up, and if we change the mindset a little bit, and if we change the institutions as well, and maybe find a new ways for the diplomacy, we will have a big solution for all these problems, all these troubles we have.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Thank you for these thoughtful remarks, which actually makes me think of Josephus Daniels. He was the American diplomat and politician of the first half of the last century, who said, an army is a people gathered for one purpose: to correct the mistakes of the diplomats. Although, of course, we all know that sometimes the only mistake of the diplomat can be even a dance. But my question, maybe just for a short discussion to all of you now, is: do you think that now, in our troubled times, when the focus is very much on the demonstration of force, maybe it is worth more often to include the voice of the military now? Let's say, for example, military diplomats or generals in international diplomatic practice, in support, of course, of the civilian diplomatic efforts. Because after all, like one famous American master of the deals from the beginning of the last century, he was also saying that you can achieve much more with a kind word and a gun, but yeah, rather than with a kind word alone. So,
if I may, yes, include the military voices into the decision making, but don't leave it only to them. Because we have too many experience in history what military decisions might lead to. And decisions of military personnel, the perspectives of the diplomat and the perspective of those who look for people should not be taken out of the equation. So that's very important. But let me just say that because Ambassador Petric was criticizing the Austrian government how we do the budget spending in the coming years, that more is spent on the military, the foreign ministry loses out as all the rest. Actually, I would say that this is a very good step, that finally Austria realizes that for our diplomatic efforts to be taken seriously on the international scene, we need also to invest in our defense. But I understood you in the way that you said, yes, military needs more money and foreign ministry needs more money. And there I fully agree. And in the foreign ministry, I have two proposals. One of them is it should have actually a department for cooperation with military diplomacy. It doesn't exist. There is nothing like that in the foreign ministry. And secondly, Austria should have a real national security advisor for all these issues, how to bring together the various parts of diplomatic efforts. We have something that is called National Security Advisor's Office in the Bundeskanzleramt, but this is a civil servant with who nobody knows. I'm sure nobody in this room knows the name of our of our National Security Advisor. There is one. So there should be a real strong office where you can do this. So these would be my practical proposals.
thank you. Dr. Petric?
Well, my impression is, and thank you, Emil, of course, that's exactly the point. There needs to be a relationship between different tools that a government has at its disposal. Yeah, and obviously we're now more focusing on hard power than we do on diplomacy. But I believe that it is necessary, particularly, it was said before, particularly in these times, we really need to try to regain and recapture the priority of a peaceful deliberations about conflicts. Yeah? This kind of war logic that we can see from the outset in Mr. Putin's policy, yeah? And we go into this trap and we try to kind of follow his logic instead of trying to bring him out of this, of his logic, of his militaristic logic. Of course, it might sound quite naive when I'm saying this at a time when the war against Ukraine has been raging now for more than 3 years already. Yeah, but in the end, this will be the necessity, and I think it is a good example how diplomacy does not work when we look at the American approach, a la Trump. Yeah, to say we are going to resolve this in 24 hours. Yeah, we're already telling one side, you will get this, and the other side will have to agree. Mm-hmm. This is the worst possible diplomacy one can imagine. And it needs to be seen, and it needs to be addressed. And it should not end up in a polemic against the United States, but it should give us a lesson how important it is to keep the primacy in the European Union, in Austria as an important member of the European Union, the primacy of negotiations, of a peaceful conflict, so to speak, a conflict management and resolution of a conflict. This is very important. And let me make one additional point. Maybe you have already got used to it, that social media now dominate politics. It is not in the past, traditionally, the experts, diplomats, others, public servants, prepared a statement. And then it went up through the ranks and ended up at the political level. And there it was then announced. Now the situation has changed. Trump started with it. All of a sudden, it is exactly the other way around. The president sends out a message, and the whole diplomatic apparatus has to work now in order to justify and explain what the president meant. Yeah? So this is really the biggest challenge that we have. How do we as diplomats get a grip on the social media? And it's not going to work by saying, no, you must not do this. We need to learn, I think this is something, we need to learn to deal with the social media. That is something which I have no solution, I have no answer to it, but I believe it is indeed extremely important. This is actually what I wanted to say as a task also for the Diplomatic Academy and for the young generation of future diplomats. Do go into it. You are the digital natives, but find out how we can turn the social media into a useful tool for in the service of peace.
Wow.
Great task, huh?
Yeah, right. Rebecca?
Look, I couldn't agree more with what's been said about the primacy of dialogue and nonviolent means for achieving peace. I think that's kind of the fundamental. But I would say it's also important to recall diplomacy is ultimately about trust and confidence. And the military has always also played a very important role in that regard. And I think, again, I come back to this issue of learning the lessons of the past. And I think Europe has a lot of lessons and experience to offer in this regard. And you have had a rich history of creating structures and mechanisms for confidence building and for greater transparency and trust. And that includes military to military, inspections and data sharing and so forth. So as we've been discussing, I think you have to come back to those structures, not to say these structures are no longer relevant. We have to set them aside because we're at times of crisis. We need to really look at them and the lessons they've taught us and utilize them to prepare for the future, right? I would also say, diversity in the broader sense of the word is very, very important also when it comes to negotiating and addressing the challenges of the future. We're just talking about technology, social media, all of these things. You can't just rely on kind of bureaucrats of a certain generation to really understand and grapple with these complexities. And I really would emphasize that, including in the kind of disarmament, arms control, multilateral sphere, you need a much stronger involvement of the private sector, you need civil society, you need young people, the digital natives and others who can help unpack these complexities and help add expertise and understanding and help arrive at better solutions, more sustainable solutions. So yes, the process and who's at the table and who's part of these conversations has to shift. So I think that's really, really quite fundamental if we want to look to tools that are fit for purpose and that will stand the test of time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Alexandra?
Yes, for that we are at the end of our discussion. I will make it very, very short. I agree totally with the other guests on a podium, and I don't want to repeat it again. I would just say one sentence. The key is the balance. Military input should inform and support civilian diplomacy and not replace this. Yeah, they should work together, and in my opinion, this is the best solution and the best way maybe to go forward in the future.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't agree more. So many thanks to our speakers for the sincerity and for high intellectual standards. I mean, we as students have definitely someone to look up to. Summing up, we can state that the crises are inevitable. They have happened. They are happening, and unfortunately, they will be happening. But the greatest danger in times of instability, as one outstanding Austrian, Peter Drucker, once said, it's not the instability itself, but the actions based on yesterday's logic. So, and diplomacy, of course, it must evolve, it must grow wiser, it must seek more effective adaptation to changing international realities. But up until today, I think no more rational path has ever been found to peacefully resolve its geopolitical problems. And for all its imperfections, all its limitations and complexities, diplomacy stands as humanity's most enduring act of hope. Because what do we have as an alternative? The alternative is silence after the ticking stops, and surely we are not ready to give up on a dialogue when the world still listens to the sound of peace. So with that, I'd like to again thank you, our, of course, dear speakers and dear guests for joining us this morning. And I would like now to invite you to enjoy a cup of coffee next door. And I wish everyone a wonderful conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, then I think we can slowly start with, in my humble opinion, the most interesting panel of the day, the panel about the climate crisis. Before I introduce our amazing panel and our amazing panelists, I would like to just get a feeling from the audience with everything going on. We've heard so much in the first panel already about the current crises the world is facing. For which of you in the audience is the climate crisis a top 3 issue? Please raise your hands. A top 2 issue? And the most important issue? That is as expected, but still interesting. Now, I would like to just briefly introduce you to our panelists. To my left, we have Professor Helga Kromp-Kolb from the University of Natural and Life Sciences in Vienna. She's one of the premier meteorologists in Austria and has been working on communicating the climate crisis to the broad audience, to a wide audience for over 30 years, which gives her a lot of experience. Right next to her, we have Ralf Roman from Wien Energie. He works in the renewable energy sector, one of the most crucial sectors if we are to beat the climate crisis in any way. And he's also a graduate from the Vienna University of Natural and Life Sciences. Right next to him, we have Clemens Rosenmeier from the Federal Economic Chamber of Austria. He works on mostly on Brussels-related issues to the climate. Interestingly, Mr. Rosenmeier is a graduate of the Diplomatic Academy, and he is actually a graduate of the same program that I am currently studying, which is also quite interesting for me. It's nice to have you all here. And last but not least, to my very, very left there, we have Professor Steurer, who is also from the Vienna University of Natural and Life Sciences, but works there as a political scientist and is connecting sort of the politics of the environment, of the climate crisis with each other. Now, so sort of as a kick-off question, you all have a very, extensive background in sort of fighting the climate crises in your own way, be that through science, be that in the energy sector, be that in sort of on the policy level itself. Why would you, and I know you've probably said this 100 times by now, why is it still so important for you personally and also maybe also professionally to give sort of your life to the fight against the climate crisis? And I would ask to start with you, for Professor Kromp-Kolb.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, for having me here. In introducing us, you shortened the name of our university, which is fine, but what you cut out were the resources. And that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about resources, natural resources, and natural resources are the basis of our life. And if we diminish or, interfere with our resources above a certain extent, to a certain level, then that endangers our life as a civilization, as individuals. And that's why I think it is so absolutely important. The second part is these multiple crises we're in, including the resources and the climate crisis, they are also an enormous chance to change things. And it sort of was a little bit addressed in the morning, but not to the extent I think necessary. I think we really can use these crises, also the crisis, political crisis, whatever, we can use them as an opportunity for change, because change is much more difficult if everything is running smoothly and if there are no problems. Nobody sees necessity for change. But at the moment, everybody sees necessities for change, and we could use that to move towards a better, a fairer, a more equitable, and a more sustainable world.
Mr. Roman, to you.
Yes, thank you also for the invitation today. I work in the energy sector for the Wiener Stadtwerke, especially in the renewable production side. And I work for delivering clean energy produced by sun, wind, and water, and that's one tool for solving this climate crisis. And for me, it's also the top problem what we are facing now is the climate crisis. And I'm glad that I can deliver one tool of many to reduce the problem or to solve one time the problem. Every local energy project supports energy independence and also economic resilience, and these are, in my opinion, keys for solving problems at the local level.
Going towards Brussels in your capacity as a representative for the Federal Chamber of Commerce, why are you effectively, in your own way, fighting against the climate crisis? I don't think so.
To be on?
Yes.
Yes, great, thanks. So thank you very much for the invite. Indeed, I work for WKÖ, Wirtschaftskammer Österreich, in our Brussels office. I'm there for representing manufacturing industry, Austrian manufacturing industry. I'd also like to say thank you very much for the invite as an ETH alumni. Also, it's 9th of May, so in Brussels, everything is closed except for the institutions because we're celebrating Europe Day. I think that in itself, you made the survey, and now in the last 2-3 years, the topic of defense and security and also migration have been steadily growing, but the climate environment has steadily been there in the top 3 or top 5 in the last, I don't know how many decades, 20 years probably. So that's one thing. Also, maybe for a significant part of the population worldwide, that the new Pope is also a symbol of hope. I guess I'd also like to mention that there's two things just before. What I actually want to say is, I think you mentioned resources, and also I always came in, also I studied ETH, also from my family background, from this more entrepreneurial angle. So obviously without a functioning climate, without a functioning planet, there is no economy, there is no wealth creation for people, obviously. We can all agree on that. At the same time, we need to give them the framework, the companies, to do what they're best at, to innovate and to create wealth. So that's the angle where I'm coming from and trying to tackle the issue. And I think, yeah, as an introduction, I think I'll leave it at that, and then we can delve into more details.
And you, Professor Steurer?
Yeah, why do I still work on it? Because it's the hardest problem to solve we have ever faced, I guess. Because it's so easy to push aside, because it's so easy to ignore that it's the #1 issue now and in the future, and because it's never gonna go away. I mean, every political problem ends at some point. Every pandemic ends at some point. Every war ends at some point. The climate crisis, as we handle it now, is never gonna end. It's gonna get worse and worse. If we don't change, I don't see that change anymore. So let's prepare for what's coming, and there's a lot to do, no matter how it continues.
That is actually a very good introduction. Following up on this point, also to you, you've mentioned sort of the ever-worsening state of the climate crisis. We still see emissions around the world going up, even though we've made some efforts to sort of decouple economic growth from rising emissions. And we've sort of, on an international level, on an EU level, we've started making agreements with each other, but this doesn't, you know, as sort of a more hyperbolic phrasing, this doesn't seem to do that much. So in your opinion, also from sort of the political science side, is multilateralism in climate politics still worth it?
It is, but at every level, I have to say we are failing. Let's say it as it is, we are failing, but not in terms of multilateral politics, not in terms of diplomacy, but as societies. We are not living up to the challenge, although we would still have a small window of opportunity to solve this, and we are not doing it. This is not a political question anymore. It's a societal question. The zeitgeist doesn't work towards solving the problem, it works against it. And that's where we need to work on. You can't solve it diplomatically if a majority of society doesn't want it to be solved or doesn't want to bring the sacrifices needed to solve it, whatever. The diplomacy is only the last chain in a long, the last link in a long food chain, and if you don't have the support nationally or on a continent necessary, you won't have it globally.
Mr. Rosenmeier, on that note, being on the very policy level of it, do you get the same feeling that there's sort of waning national support, that that it's sort of not getting where it should be in sort of with regards to the climate crisis?
I think what we saw during the pandemic and then additional, let's say, crisis from the economic side, supply chain shortages, and this we saw, and this is my opinion now as an economist, which is my kind of original training, not necessarily a position of the chamber, but I'm saying we already got a flavor with the high inflation of what is coming to society, to the population, with more stringent climate and environment regulation at EU level that we have. And apparently it doesn't go so well with people. So that's the one thing that I can add to this as an economist, saying, okay, we just got a flavor of things will get more expensive, either because, for example, we want to increase recycling rates in Europe, which is a good thing. Probably the secondary raw materials may be, at least for a certain time, more expensive. So we have to, as a society, we have to get used to the fact.
But you know, the real inflation will be climate-driven, not policy-driven in terms of CO2
No,
pricing.
I'm just saying that was
You're
a flavor
getting
in a
there,
very short
but we still have
term,
some
yeah.
time. Yeah.
Also specifically sort of for the energy sector, we've seen on that note what high energy prices can do, and how sort of this dependence on also fossil fuels, on fossil energy. And there's a lot of agreements being struck both on the national level, maybe even, I'm not sure about this, maybe you can give us some insights into, are there any sort of multilateral city level discussions about energy? How is that sort of looking in terms of having a coherent, maybe European energy supply?
Yes, it's important to have the bigger picture, or to acknowledge the bigger picture, but it's very important also for the energy industry to be self-driven, and we can't only act because the things come from above, but we have to be also self-driven, and all the people who are working in this kind of sector, renewable sector, they are, what I can say, self-driven. Vienna, for example, is one of the 5 biggest CO2 emittents in Austria, and we are 100% owned by the city of Vienna, and the goal is to be 2040 to be CO2 neutral, and also the city of Vienna wants to be CO2 neutral. And what I can say and what I see every day is the biggest budgets we have who are given free inside Wien Energie, they are only for the renewable projects, photovoltaics, wind and water, less part is water, and also hydrogen projects. So I can only say we know problems we have to deal with it, but we are going in a way that's good, I think.
An optimistic take, which is rare on these sorts of panels.
Of course, without optimistic, you can't.
I thought about destroying the fairy tale, but I'll leave it.
Also, maybe for you, because I saw you disagreeing with some of the other panelists. Maybe if you could, you've been doing this for a long time. Maybe if you could give us some insights to what have these sort of agreements done so far? Are they enough, and where do you see sort of these challenges? Of multilateralism in climate.
May I, before I answer that, just make a comment to the economic view? I think one of our problems is that the creating wealth or things will become more expensive is just a very limited view of what's happening. At the moment, or for a transition period, it seems as though things become more expensive if you do environmental programs and if you add environmental criteria. But in reality, we're paying a much higher price through our change in nature. And if you look at our food, for instance, generic food, biological food, you would call it in Austria, is more expensive than conventional food. But in reality, the conventional food means that we have to denitrify our waters, that we have to do all sorts of things that cost our society. It's not on the food price, it's on the tax price. And if we don't take that into calculation, then suddenly it looks as though organic food is more expensive. In reality, all of us are paying the prices for the deterioration of our environment. And if we're talking about a free market and about honest prices, then we have to factor that in. And then suddenly the thinking changes. And I think that is what we need to make people aware of, and not just look at the price tag in the supermarket, but what does the supermarket cost us, and what does this cheap food cost us in comparison to healthy food. I'm not talking about the health system, which is also part of the system. And this is also why it's so difficult in government. You could, if the environmental ministry or the agricultural ministry imposes stronger criteria, the health ministry saves money, which makes it more difficult in political discussions. But I think we have to look at costs in a very, very different manner, in a holistic manner, and in a systems manner, and not just price tags on certain things. But your question was a different one, was about global agreements. I mean, the climate crisis is a global crisis. We cannot solve it without global agreements. But global agreements require a minimum of trust. And we cannot expect this trust to evolve and to grow if at the same time people are fighting each other on the ground, killing each other. So peace and sustainability and climate issues just go hand in hand. It's also in the agenda, in the Sustainable Development Goals. It's part of it. There's no sustainability without peace and no peace without sustainability. And I think we've lost view of that. On the other hand, the progress is not as fast as it could be in these multilateral meetings and the COPs. On the other hand, they are extremely necessary. And by the way, they also offer an opportunity for diplomacy on other topics than the climate, and this in the side meetings. So I think we have always needed in times of crisis opportunities for diplomats to meet where they can talk about things that cannot officially be discussed. In Austria, we have created the JASA as a meeting where scientists come together, but through this interaction of scientists, there was also an interaction between the Cold War sides. Art is such a way of getting people to meet. And these international meetings are also a possibility to talk about other things than about climate. And that is one of the reasons why I think, apart from the fact that we need these global agreements, why they are necessary, they are not enough. And I do think they need reforms. I don't think that the way they are set up, they are efficient. But I don't think scrapping them is a solution.
If I can add something, what the professor mentioned before about the costs of the conventional food, the same means also for the fossil fuels, because the price we are paying or the tax we are paying for these fuels are more or less than the problems what they are creating in the world, in the environment. So we have to be aware that these prices we are paying, they are not high enough to solve these problems they are making.
8 million deaths through aerosols by fossil fuels every year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, again, as an economist, I agree on the externalities to be, there's a need to price in the externalities. I guess that's the economist language that the economist speaking here. But in the EU, we have a tool for that covers almost half of the emissions, which is the ETS, the emission trading system, which is a free market tool. So at some point they decided to go against a tax, but to have these tradable certificates. And I think you can see from the results, and also with a great and significant contribution from the energy sector, that the industry and the energy sector can, if there's the right incentives in place and the regulation in place, can contribute or can decarbonize. So that's one thing that I wanted to say. In terms of the multilateral treaties, I mean, on the very specific topics, when we speak about specific hazardous substances, for example, or the ozone depleting substances, we can see that it does work, the multilateral approach. I think also the COP process has its merit because there it's really eye to eye. You get the countries from the global south, the emerging countries and the industrialized countries. One country, one vote. That's the UN. That's the UN system. So they can actually that's also a forum where they can actually talk, kind of as equals. And we see that also in the voting. I mean, if all the different island states get together, they have quite a big voting power there. So we saw that. Just for the multilateral process, I'm saying, and from the business side, just to mention that it's you have also, because you said there's also side meetings taking place. You have all these different kind of stakeholder observer organizations. So for business, that's the ICC, the International Chamber of Commerce, and I think that's also important to have the different stakeholders, academia, the civil society, and also the businesses there to kind of see where the process is going.
That's actually a really interesting thing because it sort of goes into the next question on sort of the necessity of non-state actors. We've seen sort of what crises of prices can do to the legitimacy of a government with the turn sort of away from climate policies in voting patterns. So do you think, and maybe we'll start over there because I think that ties in nicely to what's been said before, where does the sort of necessity of outside influence, be that scientists or academia, be that sort of civil society groups, be that industry, where can that come in, and what makes sense in terms of balancing sort of these special interests of these groups in these negotiations?
First, a bit about the COP process, because I think you said it does work. It doesn't work at all. Simply look at the indicators, at what it aimed to achieve and what it delivered. The goal was to stay below 1.5, ideally at least below 2 degrees. We are not going to stay below 2 degrees. That's almost for certain already. We have passed through the 1.5 barrier for 3 years now. In 3 years consecutively. And if you look at the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, it was the highest jump last year that we've ever seen. So it's not working. You can look at so many other indicators and they all tell you it's not working. But as I said before, it's not just the COP process. It starts at the ground level in society. How can you expect the COP process to work when a majority of the people votes for deniers and those that are delaying the process? It's never going to work if we don't change, if we don't achieve change in society, if we don't achieve that they are voting for serious climate policies, and the majority doesn't do that yet. You can't explain the US elections and the elections in Germany and Austria in a different way than saying a majority does not want serious climate policy making. Maybe Helga can,
I see you shaking your head.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the only possible interpretation, because if you look at other polls, climate is an important factor for many, but there's other factors that are more important.
Yeah.
And I think that is the issue. And I personally would think that a lot of the explanation for these results, of these elections, is protest. It's not so much for somebody, but against politics the way they are being lived.
But you can't vote for a party like the FPÖ or the Republicans in the US and at the same time claim that climate is important to you. It doesn't go together. And the same goes for the People's Party in Austria or the CDU in Germany. It doesn't go together.
You know,
those who claim it, of course, they betray themselves. And I have a word for that. In German, it's Scheinklimaschutz, pretending to care. But when it comes to a serious question, are you for or against a speed limit of 100? A majority is against it because they are not serious about their claims.
Dennis Meadows brought a simple example. He said if you're underwater and somebody keeps you underwater and you have two buttons you can press, one is sustainability and the other is air, you're going to press air no matter how much you're for sustainability. And I think that is the problem, part of the problem we have.
Those are some interesting, very, very interesting insights. Maybe sort of from the people working in more industry-related fields. Do you sort of where do you see the role of industry, be that the energy sector, be that industry in general, maybe on an Austrian and an international level? Where do you see their sort of influence to do their part, in effect? Do you believe in sort of that industry needs to sort of take a leading role even, or should that be delegated solely to the policymakers and you will adapt to the framework then? Maybe let's start with the energy sector.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers and who are emitting these CO2 emissions, who are creating also the climate crisis, it's the energy sector. And of course, it's a big issue to move the energy sector in a renewable side to produce clean energy. And I have to say, of course, the view of Mr. Steurer is the right view. He's always a little bit pessimistic, I have to say.
I have to say, just look at the data and they tell you the same story. I don't know why this is called pessimism when it's realism.
Let me tell my story.
Obviously, the reality is so harsh that we tend to see it as a pessimistic story.
Well, as I said, I think I'm on your opinion. It's the right view. I mean, I had you both as professors in my studies. Yeah. I come from the university with all these stories inside this energy sector, and it's what I want to say. It's not true that these bad industries are always never change. And no, they are now inside people who knows the problems and who also want to do something and
some
solve
yes,
problems.
others not.
I can also.
I hope you don't want to say that all the industry is eager for more climate protection.
Of course not, but
no.
there are
some
movement.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Do you have the same view, Mr. Rosenmeier, of like industry moving in sort of a speeding direction?
You asked if industry is the driver. I can say in Austria and in Europe, also due to the regulatory framework, but they certainly are in terms of innovation.
The driver against climate policy, you mean, right?
I mean,
in Austria, the WKO is very proud of getting rid of the diesel discussion and other things. They praise themselves for blocking climate breakthroughs. That's what you mean, right?
No, that's not what I mean. If you look at other emitters, for example, the steel sector, the cement sector, you can look at the numbers. In the last 20 years, they reduced, the cement sector, for example, is a big emitter, you know that. They reduced their emissions, I'm speaking CO2 emissions, right, because we're at the climate panel, by more than 30%. There's the numbers. Mm-hmm. I mean, that is significant. I agree, maybe, as a voter, as a citizen, maybe not fast enough, but they did something, and that's for sure.
There is a fossil fuel sector well represented in the WKO who paid out premiums for people installing gas boilers with SBICO support until a couple of years ago.
Well, but I mean, also until a couple of years ago, including all the other European governments said, for example, replace your, for the industry, I'm not speaking for the household, replace your oil-fueled and coal-fueled boilers for industrial processes with gas. That's at one point 30% less or 25% less CO2 emissions. So there was this incentive, so industry changed in this direction and also...
And it was a mistake. By now we know that natural gas is as bad as coal, if you take all the leakages into account.
If you take the leakages, also the geopolitical implications,
was
of course,
a big mistake,
at the time, at the time, a policy or politics said go into gas because that's cleaner than coal and oil as a first step, and then go ahead with, for example, hydrogen.
And they created new path dependencies for the next 30 years.
That is actually a really good word, the word of path dependencies. Sort of, we're always locking into, on large infrastructural sites, we're always locking into some kind of technology. So on sort of this dilemma, because there's obviously very varying opinions on how to address sort of the climate crisis, where would you say, where can you find a balance that is at the moment the best option? Would you say maybe business as usual is sort of not enough, but is workable in sort of from a political side? Is there a need for, what are alternatives that you could maybe think of? And maybe let's start with you, Professor Krumkolb. What are maybe some alternatives to the current model of how we're dealing with the climate crisis?
Well, I think one of the issues really is that, as Reinhard Steurer said, that we have not managed to gain the support of the wide public. And we need that. And we need an inclusive politics. And I think that's part of, in the sense that was given introduction, what is diplomacy? That is part of it, to really make the trigger discussions about where we're heading. And I think these need two messages. The one is the one that my colleague is giving you. We're moving towards catastrophe and at an increasing speed. But the other is that we have the option to make changes. And I think the encouraging thing is that the changes we need to make, at the same time, changes we need to make if we really continue on this path to catastrophe, to at least lessen the impacts of the catastrophe. So it's not a decision, do you want to prevent climate change or do you want to survive? It's the same answer. And therefore, I think it would be so important to really tell the story that what we need to do now is not something which will raise costs, where we have to make do without, but something where we have a lot to gain, not only in the long term, but even in the short term. I mean, if you talk to people in Vienna that have switched from fossil fuels to renewables, they are highly satisfied. They find it much more satisfying the way they heat their homes now, or where they get their electricity. People who have changed their diets feel healthier, feel better. So we have so much to gain, even in the short run, even if we don't look at climate in 10 years or 20 years. And I don't think we're telling that story. And we need to tell that story, not just say, not a simple optimism, things will turn out well. They won't. If we don't do something, they won't turn out well. And I think we need to give that message. We're on the wrong path and we're heading towards catastrophe. But we can change things. And I think this changing this narrative and solve many of the problems that get people to vote for right-wing parties, for parties that deny climate change. Many of the things that hurt them can be solved at the same time as we address climate change. But we also need industry and the whole economy for that. And at the moment, their narrative is still climate policies cost. Their narrative is not climate policies give improvements.
Taking that on from our two people from sort of more the industry side, competitiveness is a big term right now. do you think, sort of as an alternative, framing that competitiveness as sort of green competitiveness works and can engage industries more to become greener quicker? Or is that not something you both feel is a thing?
I mean, I talk about the energy sector, and without reducing consumption, there is no alternative to producing electricity and energy with renewables. That's for me, and from the enterprise I come from, clear. And in one term, Mr. Stoll is also right. We are living in a democracy, and if we are voting for parties who are not giving us ways to promote these renewable energies and to hold back renewables and to promote fossil fuels, for example, we never can change. And there is where diplomacy is coming in. Diplomacy and policy, they have to promote the renewable ideas, and because the people who are voting for these parties who then delivering also the ideas for renewables. So it's the promotion fact of the diplomacy is for me a key fact.
If I might just say yes, certainly if you speak in terms of competitiveness, we have a yearly survey or yearly analysis of the climate or environment tech sector in Austria, which is constantly growing. So in that space, if you think about climate adaptation technology, recycling technology, in everything that's water purification and things like that, Austria is quite strong in terms of the industry and also in terms of export to third countries. So that's certainly something that is big in Austria, and we should also try that it flourishes in terms of economic activity. But also what I actually wanted to mention before, since I couldn't finish my statement before, we also do an analysis. I think that's every 2 or 3 years. It's called Klimakonsum. It's with a research institute, so it's not VKU numbers or whatever. They do their calculations, and they kind of calculate the climate or the environment backpack in terms of CO2 emissions, so the climate backpack that we import. So the numbers clearly show that the European the numbers show for the Austrian industry the reduction in CO2 emissions over the years, which has been to a certain extent compensated by imported CO2, let's say. So if you say reduction of consumption, that also goes for the consumer, obviously, because those imported are consumer goods, manufactured consumer goods. So they kind of, so what we reduce here by very stringent regulation and innovation and so on, there is an effect that we then import more. What does that mean? That some of the industrial production will be done somewhere else, which is worse even for the environment. So the Green Deal and the climate crisis also needs a functioning industry to actually provide the solutions. But if we don't have that in Europe, if we don't have that in Austria, it's going to be worse. That's what just to finish this, and to your question, I already mentioned this, the environment and green tech analysis that we do every year, and this is a growing sector that also includes other sectors. So it's not only production of a recycling plant, or just for an example, but it's also the handicraft sector that installs the things. It's also services around it. So it's not just manufacturing industries. I'm not saying it's the only solution is manufacturing industry, but if we don't keep a certain share of it in Europe that can actually innovate in these areas. Okay, I'm destroying the pen apparently, sorry, too passionate. Then I'll find it out, thanks. Then we're not going to find solutions. I mean, I think honestly there is no solution without having the economy and the industry on board as well.
Would you sort of agree or disagree? Where's your alternative?
Yeah, and there are no solutions without a functioning democracy. Many of you probably know that I've criticized the People's Parties a lot in recent years, and I did it today. I stopped that in the media. You know why? Because the alternative is much worse. So for now, I'm happy that we still have a serious, solid government, not going into extremism on the right. And that brings me to something we should pay much more attention to, and which affects so many problems at the same time. Wars, the climate crisis, and you name it, that's disinformation. We need to fight disinformation, in particular in the social media. The EU is doing a bit about it, but still very weak and still very hesitant. Without fighting disinformation, in particular on TikTok and platforms like that, we won't solve any of these problems in a serious way.
That's very interesting, because also that's an under-discussed aspect of it. And before I open up the floor for audience question, just in one word, we've heard a lot in the past hour about long-term goals, short-term goals, a bunch of different alternatives. In one word, what would you say is the thing that the fight against climate change in your personal, professional capacity need right now? What does the fight absolutely, what is the most important thing? If you could do one thing right now, what would you do at this moment? And maybe let's start again here with Professor Kromkolb.
Well, I think that's one of the problems, that you think you can answer with one word. And that's our time. Everybody wants short answers and simple answers.
I have one word, honesty. That would bring us a long way.
Yeah, transparency would be another one. But none of these, I could also say diplomacy, not one of these words will solve the problem. We need a combination of many things. And yeah, I think I'm so often asked, what are the three most important things? I don't think it works that way. It's systemic.
Okay. For you?
Well, I think, as I said, a big role is politics and diplomacy to promote I talk about the energy sector, to promote and to address renewable green energy, and that people are voting for these projects.
Getting votes. And lastly, you, Mr. Rosenmeier, what do you think is like the one thing?
I'll try in one sentence, not in one word. Bring all those great innovation projects on the road and remove the hurdles, be it regulatory, be it financial. If you said a wish, right? So if we had all the money, bring all those great innovative projects that can reduce CO2 and other emissions on the road.
Okay. Then I would thank you all for being extremely interesting in all of your answers and relevant to the most pressing issues of our time. I'm very much in the #1 issue camp. And I would open up the floor to audience questions. Yes, maybe here and then over there. Yeah, the microphone is coming.
Hi, good morning. My name is Fiona Moison with the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs. So naturally, from my background, I might pick up on what you said, that peace, sustainability, climate change, it all goes hand in hand. One of the things I work on is educational resources, and we're actually trying to work more with educators to make sure that they have the tools necessary to discuss these issues. So what are some of the resources, the tools that you might find helpful in the classroom to talk to students, to bring this issue of disarmament and conflict and the impact of weapons and the military industry on climate into the classroom? What can we do to help that? And then if you'll allow me, a question for the broader panel, because you said disinformation. Again, from this educational perspective, what are some of the things that we can do to counter this disinformation, misinformation online? How can we connect peace and disarmament and weapons issues, military industry, to climate and to environmental affairs? Thank you.
Maybe let's collect the questions. I saw one over there, I think. Yeah.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm American and I'm living in Germany right now. And I think in many ways Europe is more green than America. Just like anecdotally, we're sorting our trash a lot more. Gas is like a lot more expensive here. But something that I'm wondering about is nuclear power. And like especially as Germany and Europe relies a lot on these pipelines that are coming from Russia, and this is becoming a political issue. But also at the same time, like I'm watching a lot of nuclear power plants close. And so I'm wondering kind of like why is this like a European stance that nuclear power is not the answer to like ameliorating some of the issues with climate change? That's it.
Yeah, let's collect the third question and then we'll give it to the panel.
My name is Valentin. I am one of the new UNFCCC youth representatives for Austria. My question is, how can you safeguard forward-looking EU legislation? We've seen that the CSDDD has been changed over the time, and also the carbon border adjustment method is also being changed at the moment. How can you safeguard future-oriented EU legislation?
Okay, I think we'll start from the top. Maybe you will start with the resources and the classroom. Sort of bringing it.
You know, I really think that we need to start with educating the teachers. It is not simple to talk about peace in classrooms. I did it last night in one of my seminars, and the students are. I mean, the students that come to my classes are already a selection of predisposed towards climate and other issues of general welfare. And yet, talking about peace is very difficult because the whole mainstream thinking is in another direction. And if you look at all the media, if you look at all the politicians, it all goes in the same direction. We need to strengthen security. You might call it defensive, but well, we know the difficulties in that. So I think what we really need is public discussion about these things. A student recently came to me after another lecture and said, "I'm so glad you talked about this, because when I talk about peace in my group of friends, I'm immediately an outsider." And outsider is even a friendly term for it. So I think we really need to work on a change in the way society discusses these things. It's not discussed. In Austria, I'm pretty sure it's the same in Germany, and if I look at the European Union, it's the same. And the representative of the European Union, just in the first panel, said the two main issues are competitiveness and security. I mean, competitiveness is a different word for growth, economic growth, and we all know that we cannot have this growth in connection with limited resources. And security is another word for armament. So I really think we need, and this goes into the fake news part, I think we need to build up trust in our politicians, trust in our media. They have to change in order to be able to gain trust. But I think that's part of what we really need. I don't know how to achieve it, except strengthening those who are already working towards it. By the way, there's a peace demonstration this afternoon in Vienna, just for anybody who's interested in peace, at 4 o'clock, which unfortunately overlaps with you.
Maybe on the disinformation part, Professor Steuer, maybe you have something to say of how to counter these online things.
I'd also talk more about peace, but it's very hard if you have a dictator forcing war on a European country very close to us. That's something we need to take into account when we talk about that. About the other things, how to fight disinformation, you can't do it without regulation. You need a strong regulatory framework. The EU needs to do more. It has to enforce the rules it has already in place, which doesn't happen really, or which happens in a way that doesn't really hurt those big tech companies. So there needs to be a lot more, and the EU might get under pressure by the US if it did. But it's worth trying, because there's really a lot at stake. About nuclear power, it's an economic question. It's solved already. It's too expensive. It can't compete with renewable energies. Except for some countries still build on it, but they have to put a lot of tax money into those plants because it's no longer really competitive.
Besides, it's too slow.
And too slow. It takes 20 years to build it.
Mr. Roman, yes? Yeah, just one sentence to the nuclear power. Europe is a fan of nuclear power. We can say that from last year that the European Commission said or decided that nuclear power is a green and renewable power. France and also United Kingdom, they are huge producers with nuclear power. I just can say that Austria is not, maybe thanks, is not that big fan of nuclear power. I think also these both parties, the two professors, they had a personal history with fighting against the nuclear power in Austria. And yes, as in the first question round, we talked about the costs of certain things and also the cost of nuclear power. We don't mention the cost of nuclear power after the production process. So it's a huge cost factor after the production of nuclear.
Mm-hmm. And maybe to the UNFCCC youth delegates, in your experience sort of working in the EU regulatory framework and also especially with new sort of postponed or changed legislation, do you see that as sort of also a mechanism to safeguard the legislation as is instead of not having any, or do you think there needs to be a mechanism that is like once something is decided, we actually can go through with it?
Well, if that was to me the question. I mean, for the changes recently made, indeed, for the carbon border adjustment mechanism and also the corporate sustainability reporting directive, also the famous supply chain law, there were also amendments proposed. I have to add, I have to say, the goals themselves haven't changed, but what the legislators heard, so the goals in terms of 2050 climate neutrality, for example, or minus 55% greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. So the goals didn't change. The amendments aim at how we get there. The thing is, for example, for sustainability reporting, it was even the banks, those that should give loans out to the companies that want to invest in more innovative solutions or more cleaner solutions. The banks themselves told the legislators, and also within the chamber and also within the Austrian policy process, that they get a lot of information from the companies that is not relevant for their assessment whether this investment for them is sustainable or not. So why not? And so that's where this proposal of why don't we reduce the data points, the thousands of data points, to a few hundred that are actually relevant for the one financing the innovation project. So that's one thing. In terms of the CBAM, I think what they did was quite good because they realized 90% of the imported emissions, it's about the imported emissions, right? Are actually only caused by 10% of the importers. So why not focus on these 10% and leave out the other 90% that do less than 9% of the emissions? I actually think also internationally that could be that's now again my personal opinion, a nice approach to say, okay, what are the companies and which sectors are actually emitting more, and why not concentrate on those instead of forcing it on, I don't know, the carpenter that makes the chair, for example, whether he has to provide 1,000 data points or not. Apparently for the bank, it's irrelevant. That's what they're saying. So those are the changes that were included, but the goal themselves didn't change. The goal itself does not change. So just as a way of that, and also, I mean, we have heard it. Luckily, thankfully, we live in a democracy. It's the best process that we have come up so far, thank God. So laws can also be changed. That's just what I wanted to say here. In terms of nuclear, for example, I mean, the VK doesn't have a position. I just wanted to say it also has become a geopolitical issue because just 2 days ago there was another roadmap, another strategy issued by the Commission on, it's called Repower EU roadmap, but it's actually about getting rid of Russian gas and also Russian uranium. So there's also this geopolitical. At the beginning, it was a security issue for many countries, but actually, it's getting into this geopolitical sphere because some of the Central and Eastern European member states get a lot of their uranium still from Russia. So just to that. But as the chamber itself, we don't have a position on nuclear as it is.
And that is probably also an interesting thing to think about and to carry with you into the break. We have done what I would call a Punktlandung. We could talk about this topic for hours, and I wish we could, but we just don't have the time. I would like to personally thank all of you for this interesting panel and for the vivid discussions as well. And let's give them all a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much. And after the coffee break, we will have the panel on power politics.
Thank you. You did a great job. It's not easy.
Wir haben noch ein kleines Geschenk für Sie alle.
Panelists, welcome to our panel today. Thank you all for being here. My name is Helen Keller. I'm a student at the Diplomatic Academy, and I have the honor today to be moderating this panel on the return of power politics. Before I introduce you to my panelists, I would like to give you a short overview of why we thought this topic was relevant and why we included it in a panel, in the conference. So I believe that we all are experiencing on a daily basis a noticeable shift of the intensity of global affairs. From the invasion of Ukraine, just in the last few days, the escalations of the conflict between Pakistan and India, but also a general widespread rise of authoritarian leadership. In recent years, the world has witnessed a return of conflict and military aggression of a magnitude that few would have imagined. And this can be seen as a consequence of ongoing erosion of international norms and a growing disillusionment or even dismantlement of multilateral institutions. So against this backdrop, the tools of diplomacy are being tested. And what we would like to discuss today is, can traditional practices of diplomacy, such as dialogue, negotiation, and multilateral understanding, still guide global affairs? Or is there a return of power politics, which marks a new permanent reality and requires a new set of diplomatic tools? So I have the honor today to be discussing this very interesting topic with 4 very distinguished guests and veterans of international diplomacy and theory. So first of all, welcome Ambassador Thomas Meyer-Harting. With more than 40 years of experience in Austrian and European diplomacy, the ambassador has worked as an ambassador to NATO and the UN Security Council. He was the head of the EU delegation in the External Action Service and in charge of Europe and Central Asian affairs. His latest role was a special representative of the OSCE. Thank you for being here. Next, I would like to welcome Ambassador Miroslav Vlachowski. He's the former Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic, appointed in the very crucial period of 2023. He has held several other diplomatic positions, one of them as Slovak ambassador to the UK, and his focus is thus on European affairs, security policy, and transatlantic relations. And he's currently engaged with GlobeSec in Bratislava. Thank you for being here. Next on, I would like to welcome Dr. Nikolaus Rottenberger. He's a Brigadier General and head of the Military Diplomacy Division at the Austrian Ministry of Defense. He has served as defense attaché to several Central European countries, also including Slovakia, and he brings extensive experience in international security from a perspective of Austrian defense policy. And most of all, he's an alumni of our very distinguished academy, so thank you for returning to us. And lastly, I welcome Dr. Harald Edinger, who is a postdoctoral researcher and teaching fellow at this very diplomatic academy. And his field of research lies in security policy and theory, with specific focus on Russian foreign policy and the evolution of its nuclear strategy and force posture. Thank you for joining us. So I'd first like to start with a round of opening questions, followed by more in-depth questions, and then we will also have a question and answer round with the audience, so you can already think of questions that you would like to address. So I have addressed it in my opening statement, and I would like to talk to you about the current events we seem to be experiencing, which could mark a shift in global order and a declining regard to rules and institutions, rules and institutions. So I would like to start with you, Mr. Ambassador Meyer-Harting. From your vantage point in European and multilateral diplomacy, how have you seen these developments? Is there an erosion of international norms that changes the rule-based order? And how has this affected norms that diplomacy used to rely on?
Well, I think I would like to focus on the situation in Europe, because obviously since the end of the Second World War, we have seen many conflicts and many wars across the world and across the globe. But we always thought that the situation, at least in Europe, is special, in particular since the dramatic changes of '89 and '90. And I mean, the Paris Charter described a European continent which is based in particular on core principles such as the inviolability of borders, the respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity. And here, of course, I mean, and this was in many ways, first of all, challenged, if you may put it in these terms, in the wars in the former Yugoslavia, but this was a situation that the transatlantic community was able to cope with, and then we've seen the dramatic developments, in particular in the relationship between Russia and Ukraine, the war of Russia against Ukraine, which in a certain sense began in 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea, which undoubtedly was a major violation of these Paris Charter principles. And we've seen everything that has happened since, and in particular the war of aggression of Russia since February 22. And in this overall context, we believe that we could still rely 100%, at least on the transatlantic partnership. And if I say rely, I mean in the case of Austria, we were sort of covered by these security arrangements without making a full contribution to them. But obviously, we also believed that we were under this security umbrella. And now what we've seen in recent months, and in particular since the beginning of the second term of President Trump, is a new kind of language also from Washington. On the one hand, questioning the security guarantees that the United States has granted Europe in the context of NATO over many decades. And then, of course, the language of power as well when it comes to issues such as Greenland or Canada as the 51st state of the United States. You can now, of course, ask yourself whether this is the specific negotiation tactics of a real estate tycoon, or whether it is a fundamental change in international relations. I think some questions still remain open in this context, but this is a new environment that we need to face and that we need to cope with. And you will ask later on, I'm sure, whether diplomacy is still relevant in this context. And I have to say that as we seem to, they've renamed all these rooms here, so I'm a little confused, but I understand that this is a room now named after Prince Kaunitz, probably the second most important diplomat in Austrian history, together with his son-in-law Metternich, and he developed a concept of diplomacy in times of power politics. So I think the whole question of whether power politics and diplomacy are disconnected is a little strange if you ask it precisely in this room, but I'm sure that is something that we will get back to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. We will discuss this, as you said, later on more in depth. So now we'll just return to a more broader question again with you, Ambassador Flachowski. The ambassador has addressed a new environment that is also marked by more ambiguous language. From your experience with Slovakian foreign policy and the Central European region, how do you perceive this shift, and how has this been addressed by Slovakia?
I would say that this shift was, in some aspects, expected. When we talk about America, for example, Americans start to talk about 21st century as a Pacific century in 90s, and we should have been aware of that the attention of a potential attention shift from Europe to America, and different presidential administration communicated differently, in a different style, in a different manner. The most recent one communicated unexpectedly blunt and in a very harsh way for most of the Europeans, but some of it should be expected, some of it is not left us unprepared, put it this way. We are living in a very difficult environment. We see the rise of Russian neo-imperialism and Russia as a revisionist power in Europe. Basically, they challenge the international order, they destroy the security arrangements in Europe, and they want to change the borders by force. And it was, we saw it since basically 28, 29. after the famous speech of Vladimir Putin at the Munich conference, we could see the clouds gathering, and then we saw the war in Georgia, later on annexation of Crimea. And I think it's very important that when we speak about the current war in Ukraine, current Russian full-scale aggression in Ukraine, we always have to remind ourselves this war is going on for more than a decade now. It started at least in 2014, and we should think about it in that frame. What is the challenge for Europe now? Well, we were basically told, you are rich, you are grown-ups, you should take better care of yourselves. That's the message from Americans. I don't think that message is it's fair, because Europe security contribution and Europe contribution to the world order is big, and it should not be count only in the terms of defense spending, but anyway, we have to adapt to new realities. And you asked me about the situation of a country like Slovakia. So it's a sort of a paradox that we see the decline of the security order in Europe, and we see the fragmentation of alliances and connections among allies, but the answer from Europe should be more work together, because we have to be realistic when it comes to what is our potential and how to best use it. And in case of country like Slovakia, I think the best answer, because we are not very rich in material resources, our army is not big. So what it left us is to have a good allies and to think strategically and to have a very clear concept where we belong to, and that's the point where I'm very critical of the current Slovak government and the current Slovak Prime Minister. But I would leave it here.
Thank you very much. So, having addressed that this shift is not a very recent one, but that it has gone on for more than a decade now, I would like to address this question, the next question, to Dr. Edinger. Coming from an academic perspective, how can this be described by theory or academic research? Has this been foreseen? Is there a theory or an explanation to why we have come here?
Thank you. I think purely because I have less experience in the trenches of international diplomacy than my fellow speakers, it makes sense. I draw more on my academic, on my book learning to address this question. There's actually there was a prompt in the program. It was the return of power politics statement or question mark. We can talk about that. And then there was also a discussion prompt: the erosion of international norms challenged the very foundation of the rule-based order. There's a bunch of terms in there that my colleagues are endlessly arguing about. Power, of course, the currency of politics has been the essence of international relations always. But also, what are international norms? What are rules? What is a rules-based order? So I kind of want to try in 3 minutes, if that's possible, to address all three, because I think they are connected. Power is the easiest, because power is you want to get somebody else to do something you want them to do, and in some cases they don't want to do. Soft power is you get them to want to do it, right? But that's nuances, I guess. Norms, these are actually, we use these terms so often that we tend to forget what they actually mean. Norms, in the literature, we mean the informal rules. They are established through repetition, through being recognized by states, through legitimacy, and also through peer pressure if states do not adhere to them. And then rules, these are the formal, the codified the codified prescriptions that for behavior on the international stage that are often backed by institutions, by the UN, by the ICC, and so on. So if you ask the question, has power politics returned? I would say no, because it's never really gone away. If you look at my writing, you will see I have I don't shy away from engaging with realism. Let's say I use it as a tool among others. Structural realism also. So I think they have a point in arguing that there is an underlying structure of power that exists, that shapes politics, and that is still there, right? What I think has changed is that there is now that states and leaders feel less of a need to couch their pursuit of the national interest in terms of norms, in terms of adherence to rules. If you will, there is less shame in just saying what you want and going for it. And that, I think, can also create a feedback mechanism. It can embolden other states to pursue similar interests, or pursue their interests in similarly blunt terms. And that leads us to norms. So are they being eroded? I think there's a couple of competing factors that we need to contend with. On the one hand, if we observe international interstate relations and international commerce, there's definitely a great sense of unease and uncertainty because established norms and established patterns of communication and behavior seem to have gone away. On the other hand, we tend to, I think, glorify the past, and we talk about the wonderful 1990s, the rules-based order when it still existed and the world was so much simpler. I wasn't thinking about the international order much in the 90s, but I'm sure the world looked just as messy then as it does now. And norms, I guess that's my main point, and that's what I want to close with. Norms evolve all the time, so it's also difficult to disentangle what is the evolution of norms. It's a natural competition of norms from different states, different regions, and what part of it is erosion of the fabric of the web of norms.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was very helpful to sort the concepts of these terms and to give a very challenging to our question in the panel opinion on that. That is very helpful, I think, also to discuss this later on, if this still has been around all the time, realism, and if the norms are still there or have always been very ambiguous and messy as they are now. Dr. Rottenberger, you work in a realm where power is operationalized. So we have heard about that realism has always been there. Maybe that's exactly where military diplomacy is structured in this. So can you put what was said into a perspective of military diplomacy, and maybe first for the amateurs of us, explain what it is? Is it not contradictory to have military?
So military diplomacy, yeah. Well, that's what I'm gonna ask, or I'm asked quite often. Yeah, how does it work? The military, a term coined with war, destruction, and diplomacy, a term coined with peaceful negotiations, and it works very well. So I think the military diplomacy, in the way we practice it in Austria, but also our member states in the European Union or in NATO and in several other like-minded countries, the military diplomacy, so to say, plugs well into foreign and security policy of the state, and we give the military expertise. We defense attaches abroad, or like I'm responsible in Vienna in the military diplomacy division, responsible also for all those accredited defense attaches in Austria, foreign defense attaches. We, so to say, we assemble information, we present Austrian views on developments, but also what's most important, we add an important piece into the overall situation awareness and reporting on a federal level in Austria. So this is, I think, is an essential tool in diplomacy in general, but works very well, let's say, in the Austrian system. To the general question about the situation, and I would like to add, it's hard to be a spoiler in this round, yeah, but because what I can add to my distinguished colleagues here is just add yes, yes, yes. But I just want to add, and this is what I think is, maybe I'm invited to give probably a military view, a military perspective on international situation, that we're living in an age of polycrisis. So several crises occur at the same time, and they have an effect on each other. So to the effects, briefly said, I see three effects we so to say experience today, and one can say in the European Union or in Austria we suffer from today. One is the realization effect. We realize that the system is changing, the international system, and it's changing at least for the last 10 years, if not longer. And as my distinguished colleagues said already, from the illegal occupation and later annexation of the Crimean Peninsula till the war February 22, the unprovoked aggression on Ukraine, the Brexit, which brought the European Union into the position to act more cohesive. The Trump administration 1 and 2 and their effects on the world and Europe. The rising power of China and the spreading, so to say, of China, not only in the region, but globally. This is the realization effect. Second is the weaponization effect. So in 2023, we had worldwide 213 conflicts worldwide. I think according to SIPRI, the Stockholm Institute on Peace Research. 21 wars. 21 wars on worldwide. A lot of wars are, so to say, neglected. What happens in the Congo Basin or in Central Africa, obviously the public don't care so much about it. We are very much focused on the Ukraine. Weaponization effect, not to forget the arms race in the Indo-Pacific, the arms race also in the Gulf region, now in Europe, increased spendings in armament, and finally, and I come to the end, the illusions effect is that the European Union, so the old world, or the old Europe, as we have been coined by several US hawks, I would say, if I may say so, in a political sense, we had the illusion that these things will go on, and the world will follow our values and principles, both in international affairs, but also in when it comes to the spread of democracy, human rights, and so on. And this illusion effect is something that we think in Europe. We think about probabilities and what should happen and wishful thinking, while other nations or elites think about possibilities and what they can do and change, how they can change the world. That's in a nutshell.
Thank you. That's very interesting, and I think I will use your concept of these effects further to deepen my questions and now go deeper into the concrete reactions of states and institutions that can be can be had in these events. As we're speaking about the role of diplomacy as well, I would like to now ask more on a concrete level. Ambassador Flachowski, we have now heard from Dr. Rottenberger about the realization effect. While you all seem to agree that there has been a more honest or more direct expression of national interests, how has Slovakia maybe realized this shift, and maybe also referring to Prime Minister Fico's visit of today in Russia, can you say if there has been a change of strategy and how this fits in with the role of the EU?
Okay. I think the visit of Slovak Prime Minister to Russia, it's a strategic mistake on behalf of Prime Minister, and it's bad for Slovakia because I don't know what he is gaining from it, but certainly nothing for my country. Maybe privately, maybe as a person he has some gains, but it doesn't make any sense for my country because basically we are losing the trust of our allies, and we are not gaining anything for it. He often argued that he goes there because of the gas. I mean, there is enough gas in Europe. It's a question of price, and it's a question of how much you are willing to pay for your freedom and independence. And he is full of sovereignist rhetorics, but I think this is the least sovereignist act I can imagine. So that's on Prime Minister Fico's level. But what we can see on the European level is that there is fight or discussions. I would rather call it fight and competitions of different forces within Europe. And one of those forces is a strong populist stream, which praise more that they defend more national sovereignty, Europe on the level of nations, less integration, be afraid of federalization and things like that. Many of these arguments are coming from another neighbor of Austria, Hungary. We can hear it for almost a decade from Viktor Orban, but I think it's a false call because we have to think about Europe not only on the level of states which constitute the European Union, but also on the level of European Union of itself, because the Union is competing on the world stage, and if we will disassemble it, or if we will make it weaker, we will make it weaker on international level, and we will make it weaker as a competitor. What we have to, what in my view we should concentrate it on now, is that we have to be very frank to ourselves. And Europe has enjoyed years of peace and years of things when things aligned in our way. I would put it this way. We had cheap energies from Russia. We had security protection from America, and we had a big market in China. Basically, that were the circumstances under which we operated in the European Union in 1990s, beginning of 2000. All of three have changed, and we had to adapt. That means that we should, in my view, make Europe not disintegrated, but slimmer and with more muscles and more effective. And we have resources for that, but it really needs a lot of political will and a lot of negotiations and a lot of diplomacy.
Thank you. It's encouraging, I guess. Mr. Ambassador Meyer-Harting, maybe you can refer to this with your expertise in EU foreign policy. How would you see the role of the EU given the shift of circumstance as described by the ambassador?
I mean, it's long ago, but I never forget the European Union. It was just starting to be called the European Union's reaction in the early 90s when they thought they had solved the post-Yugoslav conflict by bringing peace to Slovenia. And the then president of the Foreign Affairs Council, the Foreign Minister of Luxembourg, Jacques Pos, said, "The hour of Europe has arrived." We discovered, I think, immediately afterwards that if the hour of Europe had arrived, it was perhaps a short minute. And immediately afterwards, we discovered that the conflict had escalated to a geopolitical level where it could only be solved with the help of the United States. And it's, I mean, these days it's important to remember when we criticize the United States that we have to thank the United States for our freedom after 1945, and we have to thank them for peace and stability, at least within Europe, afterwards, and in particular also after the post-Yugoslav conflict. Now, the hour of Europe had not arrived, and it still hasn't arrived. I used to work for the Austrian Foreign Minister Alois Mock, who brought Austria into the European Union, and who always said, if the European Union is not able to export stability, it will import instability. And we've still not solved that problem. I mean, the biggest challenge now is that, frankly, we have a far greater share that we have to bear with regard to not only stabilizing the Balkans, which we still haven't done, because the enlargement to the Balkans is still an open issue, although we promised these countries a European perspective in 2003. We now see that we will have to shoulder the greater part of stabilizing Eastern Europe, the Republic of Moldova, Ukraine in particular. And if Ukraine is forced to make territorial concessions, the issue of stabilizing the democratically led Ukraine, the part of Ukraine that remains under the authority of its legitimate government within the European Union, will remain a major challenge. And we still don't have these answers. And I mean, obviously, peace is a great ideal. Pope Leo XIV spoke yesterday very movingly, I have to say, of what he called unarmed and disarming peace. But I mean, obviously, this is the Christian ideal, but for the European Union and for society in general, to guarantee that ideal, of course, our own societies have to be more armed than they have been in the past. And this is a lengthy process, because obviously, if we need to take over parts of our security that were taken care of by the United States until now, it can't happen from one day to the next. And it's obvious that we cannot do it the way some think right now. And by the way, because the minister mentioned Brexit, I mean, we've suddenly discovered how important the United Kingdom remains to the security of the European continent. Absolutely. And one of the biggest, although they tend to call the rest of us continent, but they're part of the European continent as well. And I mean, it's obvious that the rapprochement that we see between the United Kingdom and the European Union right now is essential. And we're also waiting, of course, to see how the security policy of Germany develops, because Germany has been the major economic leader in the European Union, but it was never willing, and to a certain extent not able, to play the equivalent role when it comes to security. So these are all things that we are waiting for, and while we're waiting for these things and need to do these things, and by the way, Austria, a much bigger contribution, as I already said, than it used to do in these matters, because simply to rely, if this becomes a European challenge, obviously the demands towards Austria will be greater than they were in the broader transatlantic context. But these are many things that we still need to do, and we don't exactly know how to get them done in the time, the limited time that we have. And during this complicated period, we also have to maintain reasonable relations with the United States, because we simply cannot, we need them. And therefore, I mean, when we speak later on about continuing diplomacy in such a situation, the efforts that people are making to maintain, under very difficult circumstances, positive relations with the President of the United States, I think that's the core of diplomacy that we're seeing right now.
Thank you very much. We will indeed speak about the role of diplomacy. But given what you just said, I think it's interesting to hear your perspective, Dr. Rottenberger. The ambassador just said that Austria will have to play a bigger role in this European pursuit of exporting stability, but that we might need to be more armed, although how could this be done with military diplomacy? What role can be played by the stretch of both perspectives?
Yeah, what I see the changes concerning especially European security and the European Union is this dramatic shift since 2022, and I think especially with von der Leyen Commission 2, which which demonstrates a strong will to engage in security and defense issues more than before. There's the need, there's the clear need also to change the structures. We see with Callas as High Representative, Kibilius as First Commissioner for Defense and Space. We never had this before in the European Union. A clear statement to, well, it said rearm Europe or building defense capacities in Europe. This is unseen before in the history. I mean, since the 1970s, we have a political cooperation, a deepening political cooperation in the European communities, and to where we are today, where we see now currently, got the feeling we get this shift that this goes a bit into the pillar of the common market, or what we see about defense capability building. And this measures infrastructure funds established to rebuild necessary critical and defense infrastructure, including railway, bridges, airways, and in Europe. There's a lot of things going on at the moment. The aim should be, and I think following very much Ambassador Meyer-Harting's path, the transatlantic relation is crucial for European security and defense. The difficulty with the current situation in NATO shall us not forget that there is no European defense or EU defense without NATO. And if you think that most of EU member states countries are NATO countries, and they have only one armed forces, yeah, there will not be at the moment, I do not foresee any European army, which is not NATO. They're deeply integrated. NATO is about standardization, working together, collaboration, joint operations, joint command control, intelligence, cooperation in many, many layers, in many, many ways. Through the Partnership for Peace, for example, we as a neutral country, clearly military neutral country, we are interested in learning these standards and working closely together with NATO. But bluntly speaking, there will be no defense of Europe without NATO. It's clear. But the question is strategic autonomy. Is Europe willing to invest more and work jointly in deterrence and resilience, building up resilience. And resilience includes actually everybody here in the room. So there's this broad understanding that we are in a very difficult situation in Europe, a situation we haven't seen since 35 years, at least, that this needs, so to say, so including society or broader parts of society in the dialogue about securitization of Europe.
Good, thank you. Okay, so you were referring to a closer cooperation, especially in transatlantic relations. Maybe I would like now to really go into the question, which role can be played by diplomacy then when it comes to this? Professor Dr. Edinger, with regard to the situation that we were addressing, that national interests are being represented more bluntly, how is it possible to rebuild a shared foundation for global cooperation, such as, or to strengthen it again? What are factors that are positively influencing that?
I'll get to that in a second. I just want to say one more thing about following up on a lot of what's been said, and again connecting the norms to the rules to the order, and why it is so hard nowadays to figure out what's going on in this causal chain and whether there is a relationship. I think what we haven't mentioned yet is that norms are also, that's the cynical view, norms are also sometimes weaponized and they are used by the powerful. They're used selectively to bolster their standing, their power, and that has created, of course, a sense of hypocrisy among chiefly non-Western states. Vladimir Putin once called the term rules-based international order, an outgrowth of colonialism or manifestation of colonialism, essentially. It's a way to fortify Western hegemony. And so now, the last 5 months, we've been in a situation where the former hegemon it looks like is actively dismantling the order that he has built. Although the tone, if you listen to J.D. Vance, which I don't recommend ever, but it's already, some of these things are being walked back already, so we'll have to see what sticks. But yeah, I think there is a broader dynamic where, because we ask in this panel, so what's the order, what's happening to it, where are we going to end up with our international order? I think we also have to get comfortable with the idea that maybe we won't have one, and it will be a pluralistic system where different regions, clusters of states operate under different logics. And I think that leads me to, I guess, lessons for diplomacy. This is not my specialty, so I can only go from what I feel like the structure of international politics calls for, and it's like I said, it's this contest for whose norms are going to dominate. I think we should also be a bit more proactive and a bit more self-confident in defending what we feel like are the right norms. And diplomacy, it has this weird public image sometimes as the art of saying nothing, or just having nice cocktail parties when everything else is going well and there's no conflict. That's absolutely not what it's there for. It's managing. It's basically warfare in suits, right? It's not warfare, but conflict, right? It's finding out red lines, finding common ground, hashing out differences. And I think this sort of adaptive diplomacy is what's called for, and also I hope that this age of moral diplomacy is over, the proselytizing, the missionary kind of diplomacy, and also a kind of pursuit of multilateralism for its own sake. This notion that I will not talk to you about this one issue because I disagree with you on the other issue. I think that also has to go away in a more multipolar, pluralistic world.
Thank you. So you were already addressing the traditional tools of diplomacy, as you said, are conflict in suits. Besta Meyer-Harting, what do you think about traditional strategies of diplomacy? Do they need adaptation? Are they more relevant than ever? What's your
first of all, there's a famous quote by Frederick of Prussia, whom they call the Great, as we say in Austria, who said that a diplomacy without arms is like an orchestra without instruments. So, I mean, obviously there has to be a combination of both instruments. If diplomacy doesn't have the possibility to back up at least those of big powers, I'm not speaking now of sort of medium-sized and small countries, big powers, to back up what they want with some kind of military structure, it won't take them particularly far. And now, because I mentioned at the very beginning Kaunitz, who was famous for his policy of renversement des alliances, he at one point decided that, I mean, it was in the interest of his country simply to change all alliances. That's one form of diplomacy. And there's another equally famous quote by the British Prime Minister Palmerston, who said that you don't have eternal friends and you don't have perpetual enemies. The only thing that is eternal and perpetual are your interests. So that is sort of a specific kind of diplomacy based on, well, very pragmatic defense of your national interests. I have to say that the European Union has not been built on that kind of diplomacy. The European Union has always based what it is doing on some core principles, on the principle of a rule-based order, on the principle of effective multilateralism. And by the way, the Treaty on European Union says that at the core of this effective multilateralism, you have the United Nations with the core role for the Security Council. So the European Union can, in my opinion, not go through a policy of renversement des alliances. And not only because, as the General rightly said, we cannot say no to NATO for the foreseeable future. We need these structures, and obviously, but we have to cope with the problem that our closest ally that on the one hand, in Europe, we are faced with a revisionist power, as the minister said, and on the other hand, our closest ally is unpredictable, to put it very mildly. Clearly, I mean, this is a situation that we have to deal with. I mean, we can always hope for changes in American politics, which may perhaps make transatlantic cooperation more reliable and more stable in the future again. But in the meantime, we have to build our own capacities. We have to seek new partners. I mean, obviously, we cannot throw away the alliances and partnerships we have, but it is clear that Austria, Europe as a whole, has probably not done enough with cultivating rising powers. I mean, India is an obvious case. China remains a major challenge. I mean, the Chinese ambassador to Austria said recently in an interview, we have lived for 5,000 years without the United States, so this for us is a new situation. So obviously, I mean, these are, I mean, China, but also, I mean, the global South, Africa, which has for many ways historical partnership with Europe, which is also based on European responsibilities that need to be assumed. So these are things that we need to continue to do, while at the same time continuing to cultivate our partnership with a very difficult partner on the other side of the Atlantic. And obviously this requires diplomacy. And I will end with giving you one practical example. I mean, when the United States came up with their resolution on Ukraine, which was supported in the United Nations Security Council by everybody except the 5 European members of the Security Council. There was a serious discussion whether the United Kingdom and France should exercise their right of veto against that proposal by the United States. And it's worth noting that the last time the United Kingdom and France have exercised their right of veto was, I think, in 1989 or something like that. So it would have been a really massive signal towards the United States. But obviously this was exactly at the moment when both the Prime Minister Starmer and President Macron were desperately trying to keep President Trump on board with regard to Ukraine. So obviously it would not have been a particularly intelligent idea to exercise one's right of veto in the United States. And that is a very modest example of what diplomacy continues to be in these difficult times.
Thank you. With regard to our time, we're running out of it, unfortunately. I would like you to give you the chance to answer to some of the questions from our audience, if that's okay for you. Yeah. So we would like to take now questions. Okay, so maybe here? Sorry, who's taking that? No, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Go. Yeah, go.
All right. Thank you very much, dear speakers. Helen, for the wonderful discussion, for the panel. I'd like to shortly ask, is it time maybe to abandon the consensus diplomacy in Europe and rely more maybe on the coalitions of the willing on some major issues on the international agenda? Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe there. Please, if you can introduce yourself and before you ask your question.
Thank you very much for the interesting insights and ideas. I come from a country, which you probably already realized by my accent, that was unfortunately responsible for Brexit, but I'm very happy that people are now moving back towards Europe. You know? But what I wanted to say was that I'm very skeptical that power can be combated by diplomacy. There are certain people, dictators who are not particularly interested, I don't think, in diplomacy. And we seem at a complete loss of how to deal with people. Did people, for example, try diplomacy with Stalin? Did we manage to stop Hitler? Did we manage to stop Putin in 2014 with the annexation? So does diplomacy always work, or is there a point at which we have to say diplomacy has reached its limits and we don't know quite how to deal with dictators? I wouldn't necessarily call Trump a dictator, but part of his power is his unpredictability. He changes his mind every 2 days, and the rest of the world, or at least Europe, jumps. Yeah? So my question remains, is it possible to use diplomacy in every situation? Thank you.
Thank you. One more, maybe, given time constraints? Yes, here.
Hi, I might actually have a question for Ambassador Meyer-Harting. So you said that diplomacy needs arms or needs armies as a to push for its agenda and to make it worthwhile or to make it last and effective. But I wonder to what extent that is just this deterrence idea, that deterrence will somehow make sure that your interests are protected, because does that not undermine the genuine diplomacy that is built on trust and good relations when you basically have a knife under the table ready for the biggest one to strike? And also, at the same time, when we see that arms and conflict are always hurting the people on the planet, is it not the meaning of diplomacy, the essence of states, to protect the interests of its citizens, of the people, of the planet as a whole? And if we do use deterrence and weapons as a means to get our own interests, aren't the interests actually those of the people, and wouldn't that actually harm them? Thank you.
So I would first like to give you the chance of responding, Mr. Flachowski, to the question maybe if power can still be combated by diplomacy, or if it has reached its limits.
Well, I think it's a very special jiu-jitsu between diplomacy and military power and dictators, but I don't think that diplomacy is necessarily weak in facing dictators, because how many dictators ended by powerful alliances and creation of allies? When you think about Napoleon starting and others, it all end up with some kind of alliances against the challenger, against the dictator, against the guy who challenged the international order. But as it was already said, the diplomacy works best when it can use the power, when actually it's supported by strengths. And I always remember the Dayton Accords. And Richard Holbrooke, it was diplomacy with running bomber jet engines. And that's why it was respected by Milosevic, and actually it ended with something which should have been a provisional arrangement, but we live, unfortunately, with that provision until these days. But I don't think that diplomacy is necessarily weak. Unfortunately, it's much slower. It's much slower than and it's always like that. It seems that democrats are weaker, that diplomacy is slower, but at the end, the results are not that bad, I would say.
Yeah,
if I may add, yeah, on the question, referring to your question, in the European Union, should we sort of shift from consensus diplomacy to coalition of the willing? Well. One thing is question of decision-making in the European Union, yeah? And this seems sometimes, the picture's a bit blurred from the outside. As a matter of fact, and this is also regarding to the general question of the use of diplomacy, is that I think this diplomacy, as I from a military diplomatic position, or from a military standpoint, looks on diplomacy, it runs on several layers, on several levels, on different tracks. We have first, second, third track diplomacy. I think those who are students of diplomacy know that diplomacy is a rich toolbox, a very rich toolbox. And military diplomacy, for example, that you have on expert level talks, is one of them. It's one of a very useful one. So the one is about decision making, and in other ways we at least in the European field as a consensus is one issue in diplomacy. It's not necessary in the decision making of the European Union. It depends on what we decide on or shall decide on. In some things in the military, in the area of common foreign security policy and common defense policy, we have, for example, the permanent structured cooperation, field of permanent structured cooperation between European armies. There we have the coalition of the willing, you may say. So those who want to proceed, they proceed. Those who are not willing to proceed, they abstain, and they do not block the others to proceed. So that's working. It's working very well. And shall I add to the crisis of diplomacy, or yes, if I may quickly, referring to your questions? I think also I very much are in favor of Ambassador Meyer-Harting's approach to combine different tools in foreign policy and security and defense policy, to combine them, shape a strategy that you can use, and I quote Barry Busan. I think Joseph S. Knight just passed away last week, if I'm not mistaken. A very sadden moment for the political scientist community and international relational theories. Soft power was one of his main paradigms, and but I want to shift from him to Barry Busan, constructivist. Smart power, so combining hard power and soft power. And I see both in soft power, which is a very broad and more into what we call peacemaking on the UN system, peace building in the UN system, to hard power, the combination, and the bridge is diplomacy in many ways, in many factors. So I do think it is able, diplomacy is a very powerful tool, and is able to isolate dictators or dictatorship, isolate them, and then in one or the other way have a changing effect on such political systems. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this refers directly to the question that was asked to you, Mr.
Well, first of all, if you don't mind, if there's 1 minute, I would like to answer the question whether one has ever negotiated with dictators. I mean, obviously Hitler is a particularly good example, because Chamberlain, as I don't have to remind you, tried to do it. I mean, the big mistake was to say that he had ensured peace for our time, because that was clearly an illusion. And obviously with Stalin, people also negotiated, and Churchill thought he had come to an arrangement regarding all the countries of Eastern Europe with these percentage division of powers, which never worked out that way. The point is that you sometimes can't avoid negotiating with dictators, at least because you have to gain time. And I know that, for instance, the Minsk agreements have been heavily criticized, in particular by the Ukrainians themselves after 2014. But with hindsight, these years of, well, you can't call it peace, but these years of some sort of ceasefire and accalmement of the situation at least made it possible for the Ukrainians to make themselves resilient in a manner that nobody expected. I mean, even the United States, as you know, never thought that the Ukrainians would be able to defend themselves the way they've done for the last 3 years, and offered Zelensky a lift instead of providing him arms at the beginning. So that's the first thing. The second thing about your question, I mean, there's another, I've been giving you all sorts of quotes today, but there's another famous quote by Theodore Roosevelt, who described diplomacy as speaking softly and carrying a big stick. That was not the kind of diplomacy that I was referring to. I mean, that's the kind of diplomacy that the United States has used very effectively, in particular in the southern part of the American continent over many decades. But I do think that at least to pursue your own interests, you have to have the capacity that you exactly described as deterrence. I mean, if you're not able to make a credible signal that if others try to push you over, it won't work, then diplomacy won't work either. I mean, the real distinction is between sort of aggressive and defensive use of force. And I think the European Union, frankly, is not trying to accumulate military force to develop an imperialist policy across the world, but I mean to be sufficiently credible to defend its own interests against pressure from outside, and these days potentially even from allies.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I think this is a perfect ending to our panel. Thank you very much for being here. I think we heard a lot about how diplomacy has not at all lost its relevance, but has to actually instead work effectively and credibly, as you just said, with military means, and precisely to prevent the use of force in the future. So thank you very much for giving us these insights and for being with us.
Thank you.
So before we go into the lunch break, I'm having a video with me for giving you some food for thought and giving you some outlook on our afternoon panels. It's from Ambassador, oh sorry, this is not good. Patricia Espinosa from Mexico, and yeah.
Can diplomacy save the world? That is indeed a bold question. It may seem naive to some, a sign of youthful confidence, an instance of wishful thinking. It is none of those things. On the contrary, it is a timely question that helps us focus on what really matters. My congratulations to the Vienna Diplomatic Academy Students' Initiative Conference for their audacity in inviting us to reflect on some of the most pressing issues of our time. The global menace posed by displays of power that seek submission rather than conciliation. The disruptive effects of technological innovations that go beyond anything seen before. The mounting difficulties faced by multilateral institutions as they strive to live up to their hopes and expectations. Above all, the climate crisis as the ultimate test for humanity's ability to put cooperation and long-term common good ahead of competition and short-term private gain. There are few places better suited than Vienna to reflect on those challenges. The Austrian capital has been at the heart of previous crises and wisely keeps alive their memory, especially those unleashed by an aggressive power or exacerbated by failing international institutions. Vienna also suffers the impacts of technologies that radically change the way we live, work, or travel, and it is increasingly exposed to the impacts of climate change, whose ultimate reach we are unable to predict, even if we are the only ones with the capacity to hold it back. I was a diplomat for almost 4 decades, and I have been a firm believer in multilateralism from the time I started my career as a diplomatic attaché at the age of 23, and throughout the time I served as an ambassador in different countries, one of them Austria, or as Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, and even more so during my time at the head of UN climate change. Over the years, my commitment to the values and principles enshrined in the UN Charter has only increased. And this commitment, like your question about diplomacy's capacity to save the world, is not naive or merely hopeful. It is a result of two simple and, in my view, incontrovertible facts. First, that certain challenges cannot be solved in isolation and need to be addressed through evidence-based discussion, straightforward negotiation, and constructive cooperation. Second, that such cooperation is only possible when we show basic respect towards each other. The three elements I have mentioned, discussion, negotiation, and cooperation, form the basis of all collective action, and they are our best hope to overcome the greatest threat ever faced by humanity, the climate crisis. But they ultimately depend on one of the most basic principles of any community: mutual respect among its members. So my response to your question is simply this: diplomacy alone cannot save the world, but the world will not be saved without diplomacy. I hope that your discussions increase your understanding, strengthens your confidence, and keeps you focused on those challenges that can only be solved by respectfully working together and not against each other. Thank you. Can diplomacy save the world?
So then after the lunch break at 2 p.m., the program will restart with our panels on youth participation and the role of technology. Thank you all for being here.
Everyone, welcome back after the lunch break to the third panel of today's conference that will be centered around the role of technology in diplomacy. Specifically, we want to look at how technology in diplomacy can contribute to solving current most pressing issues. My name is Clara Brunsteiner. I will moderate today's discussion, and I'm honored to welcome with me on stage our four distinguished speakers, who each bring their very own unique and insightful perspective into today's topic. To my left is Ms. Nina Kickinger, who works as a project manager for the Space Forwarder project and Associate Information System Officer at the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Then Dr. Alexander Klimberg, who is a senior fellow at the Hague Center for Strategic Studies and the Washington, D.C. Center for Strategic and International Studies. And then Mr. Clemens Leitner, who is a cybersecurity consultant and brings more of the perspective of the private sector. And to my very, very left, Dr. Claudia Reinprecht, Deputy Director for Digital and Tech and Diplomacy at the Austrian Foreign Ministry and former Ambassador of Austria to UNESCO. Before diving right into the topic, I would like to address the audience with a quick question that I would love if you could perhaps answer with a show of hands. And the question would be, what do you think, which role technology can play in the future of diplomacy? Do you believe it to pose more of a risk or of an opportunity? So first I would kindly ask everyone who believes that technology in the future of diplomacy is more of a risk that needs to be carefully assessed to raise their hands. Okay, we have a couple of raised hands, couple more. Okay, thank you. And now I would like to ask everyone who believes that technology is more of an opportunity for the future of diplomacy to raise your hands. Okay, also a couple of raised hands. Okay, there seems to be quite multiple views on the topic, some raised hands for both opinions. I really look forward to today's discussion. I hope we have some enlightening insights on the matter, and then look forward to your questions at the end of today's discussion in the Q&A section, where we'll dedicate 15 minutes to discuss a bit also with the audience. Yeah, thank you. And with this, I would like to hand over the word to our distinguished speakers to briefly introduce themselves and their personal assessment of technology in the future of diplomacy. And first, I would perhaps kindly ask you, Claudia, to share your perspective, having worked in the Austrian Foreign Ministry. What are the biggest risks or opportunities you see in regards to technology and the future of diplomacy?
Well, thanks first of all for inviting me. Good afternoon to everyone. I think there are two, one has to distinguish. If we talk about, the role of technology in international relations and how to, govern it, that's one thing. That's mostly what I do. If we look at technology as a means to further diplomatic objectives, that's a whole different story. I think the first one is much more interesting. But I can address both. So, is it more of a risk or an opportunity? Honestly, I'm not sure if it comes down to a binary answer. So I think when it comes to the first one, policy, there's too little tech diplomacy happening in relation to actually fast pace and the prevalence of all kinds of technologies that actually have a really strong impact. And we can talk about this later, and it's obviously anticipatory governance that we're looking at. And for the second question, I think technology in diplomacy is partly underexplored, but sometimes already there. I'm just thinking at how technology is used in cultural protection, in AI is also used a lot in nuclear security. So there's a lot of things where things are happening. I think there's not really clarity in how best to use it. Some is also how do you manage the risks of technology in diplomacy or in the field of, say, international peace operations. That's one thing that I think the UN is concerned with. So it's a vast field. So in order to have a proper answer, I think one should be clear what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you for this introductory insight. And perhaps you, Nina, bring a unique perspective by having previously worked with space-based technologies at the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. In your assessment, how do you see the role of technology in diplomacy?
I would also like to thank you for the invitation before I start and briefly mention that I'm speaking as a private person and not on behalf of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs here. I think AI has a huge potential generally, but there's also risks related to it. And when it comes to diplomacy and international governance, I think the formation of norms and the development of rules and regulations is always lagging behind the innovation and innovative spaces that are being created. And it's really important to regulate some of them because states still need to ensure that human rights are maintained in those virtual spaces as the subjects of international law. Now, we also need to be really careful, I think, with the biases that are created when we train machine learning algorithms with data that are including the biases that we as humanity have, but also dependent on the data sets that we train them with. If you look at the human rights that need to be safeguarded in spaces, and that's to be done by member states, I think what is really key is that we maintain humanitarian values therein. But then, on the other hand, if you look at the potential for various fields in which diplomacy is also relevant, yes, then we have a lot of potential of new technologies. And for instance, COPUS, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, regulating space activities of member states, sees the use of AI increasingly relevant, for instance, for space traffic management and maneuvers, avoiding collisions and things like that. If I think of the use of technology in diplomacy, I was thinking of where we're going to go to, considering, for instance, the use of AR goggles, glasses that would maybe help us not only in translating. We might need to be less fluent in languages in the future. Let me put it differently. We may be able to communicate better with people from other nations speaking different languages, yes, but there's also a risk in losing the human element in relating. Diplomats, I think, are trained in human connection, in reading other people, not only based on what they say, but also a lot when it comes to the mimics. And I think a lot of this information is very context sensitive. And I think there's a risk of losing what makes us really human in there.
Okay, I think that's a very insightful assessment from your side. And I would next like to give the opportunity to provide a perspective to you claimants coming from the private sector, an expert on cybersecurity. How have you, in your experience, coming from your experience, how would you see the role of technology in the future of diplomacy?
I think it's already there because, thanks for having me, but I think it's already there. If you look, for example, at the Ukraine war, and Israel not selling Pegasus to Ukraine because they didn't want them to have the tools for strategic reasons. It's quite interesting because for everybody who doesn't know Pegasus, it's a malware or a Trojan horse which is used by governments. And it's being used by countries which are friendly with Israel usually. So, for example, the Abraham Accords with Saudi Arabia, after that, all the states who signed it were offered the software. And I think it's already being used. Tools, information in intelligence are used to do diplomacy in that area, and are also used to build alliances in the Western world, but also in other parts of the world. So I think we are already there in some sense, but there's not a lot of regulation or not a lot of frameworks going on, or some of them are missing, I would say, in that area, which governs that a little bit better.
Okay, thank you for that assessment. And then finally, Alexander, if you would like to maybe add on to everyone's thoughts that have already been shared, from your perspective working in cyber policy, what is your introductory assessment?
Well, thanks first of all for inviting me. It's always good to be back at the DA. First, I'd like to start on a personal note because earlier this week, my mentor and friend, Joseph Nye, passed away. Besides having had the honor of teaching with him at Harvard, I also worked a lot with him over the years, and I was trying to figure out what was the best way to honor his legacy, and the recommendation was put forth that I could maybe weave him into the question that was being made, and I thought that was an excellent recommendation because Joe actually was always concerned with how technology and international peace and security interacted in two primary ways. The first was the risk of technology. Joe's primary accomplishment as in his early academic life and also diplomat was what he saw as lowering the risk of inadvertent escalation, accidental war, accidental nuclear war due to misunderstanding of technology. So first as an academic and then as Deputy Secretary of Defense, he always advanced how important it was that we understood the technology that we were trying to negotiate on. He took that interest then into cyber, where then I worked with him in a wide different levels of formats across different governments and multilateral formats to try to understand the cyber technology, which at the moment we really don't. But also, at the same time, the transformation of societies, which leads then to a whole new different governance question. So part of the opportunity is that now diplomacy engages with a whole wider range of stakeholders than it previously concentrated on. In particular, our area of tech diplomacy and international peace and security of cyberspace, which like most areas in diplomacy was universally reserved to governments, now you have a much stronger involvement of the private sector and civil society. As an academic, but also as an advocate for the free internet over the last 20 years, and as someone who's written a lot on both of these topics, I think it's an incredibly powerful opportunity for those who believe in the advantages of a free society, like I do and like Joe did, to be able to use this opportunity to leverage the power of the non-state actors of civil society into diplomacy. So for me, it's definitely both, but I would say the benefits of technology will outweigh the consequences if we can survive the negative consequences.
Okay, thanks everyone for these introductory assessments. I think we can all see from the many examples that were also already raised that this topic is highly relevant. And now I would like to go into what we can do in practice, like on the level of state diplomacy, especially in the current geopolitical climate, where sometimes balancing security concerns with international collaboration in the area of technology, especially where commercial, scientific, and strategic interests intersect, seems like a fairly difficult, challenging feat. Perhaps, Claudia, how would you say could diplomacy adequately address the pace of innovation and technology?
Again, a multifaceted question. Are you interested in how diplomacy can contribute to furthering, for a European diplomat, it will be, the competitiveness, productivity, and innovation ecosystems in Europe? What is our role there in the complex, policy landscape and against the backdrop of our current geopolitical development? That's one question. The other is, are we talking about multilateralism and how it is affected by technology?
Yeah.
And how technology itself has become probably the most decisive factor in a lot of not only multilateral but also bilateral relationships. And
I think it would be really interesting to maybe just
US, for instance, a lot of questions on this, and they all intersect. You alluded a bit also to the issue of digital divides and technology divides, so it's very difficult to unpack it in a way without getting lost in the fog. But I think the idea was a bit to look into how, diplomacy is all about dialogue, right, and international cooperation. Right now, we're in a situation where, and we're not talking about any technology, we're talking about, the top-notch critical technologies, mostly not yet there, emerging and disruptive, would be the NATO label for them. And I speak particular for those that are considered to be, relevant for national security. And that's very much quantum, AI, advanced semiconductors, but many more. There's a whole list. I think the NATO list of 10 critical technologies is quite instructive. So these are considered so important that control of them is highly governed, in the sense that access to and control of these technologies is highly withdrawn sort of from the multilateral arena. So how do you do that? Export controls, foreign direct investment controls, research security is an interesting new policy field, which goes very much in the sense of how do you, or rather, all these sort of economic security measures tend to rather erode the default position of international cooperation as we knew it. And how do we deal with that? Mm-hmm. Because, again, it runs counter to what we normally do. It's about, technology or innovation is one part where we think that's, a field where we can leverage, improve our bilateral or multilateral relations. I mean, technology and innovation is one of the most single important things for the global south. It's very important to them. And for them, export controls is a way of actually hindering their right to development. So we are really at loggerheads multilaterally on this issue. And I think, again, you need diplomacy to diffuse a bit of these tensions. So that's the critical part. And very difficult because, we're talking about legitimate security questions after all. Mm-hmm. And it's a quite complicated or rather complex story where we still have not really figured out how best to go about it. Again, it's not a binary issue. It's not neither nor. I think we need to be much more granular and sophisticated in our analysis. And yet there, we're still trying to get there as we more and more understand how these technologies are actually affect international relations. But right now, in our current climate, there's very little multilateral discussions taking place. Mm-hmm. You have very much unilateral or actions. You have very much friendshoring, unilateral, I call onshoring of how you solve issues on a global scale. So I think that's a bit the challenge. And then again, what I think is underrated is that we also multilaterally look at how these technologies can be governed in the sense of not regulated. I don't think that's the level of where we should be looking at, but very plainly to have an inclusive global discussion of whether these technologies go in the right direction, or the development and use of these technologies go in the right direction. Do they serve common good? Do they serve to achieve sustainable development goals? Do they serve sort of for the maintenance of international peace and security, for the protection of human rights, and again, sustainable development? I call it the holy trinity of UN, strategic objectives. And that's the key question that we are right now not really tackling. A lot of things are taken out of multilateral discussions, mm-hmm. or diplomacy is used to basically stifle discussion. Autonomous weapon system is one where it's kept in a bubble and dragged on for years and years and years, and no progress been made, and other examples would give it.
I think these are all really great points, and I also think Nina, that you have some insights into because we mentioned the global south and we mentioned opportunities for collaboration and building trust through cooperation in the area of technology there. I think your project, the initiative you're working on, Space for Water, is perhaps. Would you want to share a perspective on the topic coming from working on that?
I will share about that. I have a short reaction to what Ms. Reinbrecht previously said, because when it comes to technologies, like in 2012, there was the World Summit on Information Society, and there was a shift from a multilateral governance that was meant to be within the context of the ITU back then to multi-stakeholder governance. So yes, we opened up to be more inclusive and have a forum to discuss, but in such institutions there is no mechanism, there's no binding decisions that are being taken, but rather recommendations. So I'm curious to hear also from the others maybe later on in the discussion. What do you think about this development? I see a lot of potential in multi-stakeholder governance per se, for exchange, for mutual learning, and for taking in like science perspectives, informing decisions, but we don't get to decisions in these fora, and this can be problematic. While on the other hand, we have a huge reliance on a few private companies for certain technologies that are driving developments, and they don't have a social contract with the citizens of the world. So I think there is things that need to be considered moving ahead in the future. Now, in the context of Space for Water, the project I work on, there is multi-stakeholder collaboration taking place, but again, this is a place for exchange. What we do there is we invite actors from all stakeholder groups to come together in the context of our stakeholder meetings, where the co-design of space-based solutions, mostly focused on remote sensing, to address water issues globally, are being shaped and co-designed. Now, if you look at satellite technologies and remote sensing in particular, they offer an objective view of like something they see on the Earth. If we think of building trust based on these technologies, one example would be, let's say you have a river commission, they are managing a river together, or a non-permanent body that would look at the data together. You can build trust by having them do it together. Why? Because if we train an algorithm with a lot of data, the other state might not trust that the results that experts from one country are really reliable and reflecting the truth, let's say, about a river. You've probably heard about the Nile dam and Egypt being affected by not having enough water now. Okay, it's a very contested topic, but let's say there is two countries who need to manage a water body together, working together, looking at the data together, and having the confidence in this objective data can help building trust if they do it in collaboration, versus if everyone trains their own models with their own data, there's no chance, by the amount of data that are being used today, there's no chance that you can check how the results were being arrived at, especially because if you think of certain, it's getting techie here, but certain algorithms that are not even transparent as in how they get to their results. There's other initiatives like the Water Peace and Security Partnership using technology and participatory analysis to forecast conflict and supporting early action based on the results they get from that. There's also the early warnings for all. They're all relying on satellite data in many cases to develop actions that help humanity address issues.
I think that's some very interesting points, and also I think we talked about the topic of gathering intelligence, Alexander, and you talked about, also mentioned a chapter from your book, The Darkening Web, about how the relation between intelligence agencies and traditional diplomatic channels is shifting. Maybe you can relate that in a way to the area of potential for collaboration?
Well, I will pick up on what was said before, because I just want to make sure that also the students in the room get their numbers right. The World Summit Information Society is 2005. It starts 2004. That was at Geneva
in
Summit.
2012, there was the shift to the...
But WSIS is 2005. That's the start. And then it continues. We have in September, Claudia is involved in negotiations, so am I. And we have the 20 years of the renewal resolutions, just what we're talking about. And great that you brought up the multi-stakeholder definition that is implicit in the 2005 Tunis Agreement, which is something also I want to draw attention to, because also was just mentioned that companies don't have, the private sector doesn't have a social compact with their citizens. So re-invoking against Joe, we would say that's not automatically the case, because if you follow that logic, then basically only governments are representatives of the people, and civil society and private sector is the opposite, and the civil society is the battlefield. And for those of you who are familiar with political science, that's a neo-Gramscian view, or also Marxist view of how power works. And if you take a more liberal view, civil society is an independent actor in space, and also the private sector can be an independent actor. So we like to think that it is possible to have a social contract besides the government, and that is also the premise of the WSIS agreement. So with that context, let me just pivot back to your original question on on the spook planet. So basically, in my domain, what I work on, cybersecurity, it's esoteric from two different points of view, which poses a unique challenge. It's esoteric in part because, indeed, the intelligence agencies have been in the lead of the exploitation of these capabilities for decades. The first hacks go back to the 1980s, and ever since then, it's been heavily invested in signal intelligence and other capabilities, and they have accumulated a huge amount of knowledge on this subject, which also effectively means that most intelligence that is gathered today is not human intelligence, it's somehow cyber-related, and is modified and controlled and used with computers. Everybody's getting excited about AI. We've been using machine learning algorithms in this space for over 20 years. So the importance of the intelligence community has greatly grown on this, and that, however, leads to a second problem, which is the other esoteric problem, which is the understanding of the domain. It's incredibly complicated. In one of the first books I did for NATO in 2012, the National Cybersecurity Framework Manual, we defined 5 mandates for cyber. The military view, the diplomatic view, the counter-cybercrime view, the critical infrastructure protection view, and the intelligence view. And they were all different, and they have all different interests, they all focus on different technological issues. And that makes it very difficult for people who work in one very specific silo to be able to talk to the other silo at every level, so including the technical level, but also at the political level. That means, for instance, also that the interests are different. Law enforcement wants to arrest cyber criminals. Intelligence wants to exploit them, watch them, maybe use their tools. Very, very different interests. So that's the second problem. And the third problem this all results in is that we're talking about the information domain. This is literally the first domain created wholly by humans. And since 2012, the United States has, for instance, accepted it as one of the actual domains of action, air, land, sea, space, cyberspace, except we define the laws of this domain. There's no gravity in cyberspace that we cannot shut off and on at will. So this is about information, and in that meaning is that some of the attacks and some of the activities we witness in cyberspace are not about technical issues or the confidentiality, integrity, availability triad that I learned as a hacker in the late 1990s when I was a kid and advising a number of cybersecurity companies, or the World Economic Forum where I was the head of cybersecurity. It's more down to what you do with that information. How do you form opinions? So since you're able to form opinions in cyberspace, and you also define the way those opinions are formed, it becomes an incredibly powerful tool for those specialists that control the information, the intelligence agencies, but also those specialists that control a silo or even a cross-silo domain. So it's a very, very interesting time for diplomats, in particular because diplomats always have to be a generalist, always have to front their entire community. And I think it's one that maybe is only equivalent to trade and other very complicated issues in its multifacetedness. But indefinitely it has to do with the fact that we have now created a whole new domain of action that humans have to address.
Thank you. I think there were some really interesting points in there. And then also, I think we've now mentioned quite a couple of times the role of private companies in the private sector in the area of technology and diplomacy, and perhaps claimants, from your perspective. Would you like onto that?
Yes. I mean, I'm not that big of an expert in general. If I look left and right to me, I think I have far more experienced specialists here. But working for a cybersecurity company, we notice threats every day from nation-state actors and also non-nation-state actors. And I think this is quite interesting, what you mentioned with the information that's coming into that space. Because if I have, for example, North Korea attacking a private company in Singapore, stealing $1.6 billion in crypto, we have a problem here. Not just a problem for the private company, but also a problem for the countries involved in this, because North Korea, for example, has made it their business model to steal money from other countries and banks to finance their atomic programs and other things. And I don't think we have quite figured out how to deal with that yet. And private companies are trying with intelligence agencies and bigger countries to build software, build safeguards to protect companies and also information like how to build semiconductors from actors like this. But I think we have failed in that sense, because if you look to China, they are now building their own graphical GPUs for training their own AI models. If we look to North Korea, they're really successful with stealing money, like really, really successful. And if we look to Russia, Russia is still building their tanks with integrated circuits from Taiwan. So in that sense, we have failed to control that information. We have failed to control certain parts. And this is also one of the big risks, because you have a lot of actors that want this information. But we haven't quite figured out how to protect it. And I think the private sector, for example, for small countries, is very important to protect those assets. So we did testing for critical infrastructure in Austria and tried to protect those parts. And small states don't have big intelligence agencies which can protect those assets. So you go back to the private sector and say, okay, what software can you give me to protect this? Usually we go to the Americans, they have the software, we buy that for them and then protect our critical infrastructure. So it's a big part of getting that information from intelligence agencies, also threat models, also vulnerabilities that they disclose, hopefully, and protect our own infrastructure in Austria or in Europe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think, Claudia, from your perspectives, in the face of these threats, how do you see multilateralism remain functioning effectively in the area of technology and diplomacy, while attempting to deal with these dilemmas posed by buying perhaps software that is necessary for protection from actors who have
again too many apples and pears and all the rest of it together. Maybe unpacking it. I mean, what Clemens was saying is a cybersecurity, cybercrime issue. There's lots to be said. Cybercrime Convention, we'll see. Cybersecurity is a very, of course, there's also cyber diplomatic side to it. But honestly, that's not my domain. I'm sorry, I cannot say anything on this. Maybe something more for Alexander. If you break down the question rather, again, how do we as diplomats understand how these technologies, and I'd rather pick up on where Alexander ended, sort of that, this, for me, the most contested diplomatic field right now is the information space. Of course, cyber is one field to attack, but it goes much broader than, of course, and then you have, all these kind of hybrid threats, disinformation, hate speech, the whole pollution of our information ecosystems and the integrity of our information ecosystems. These are all specialist policy fields with all kinds of people working on these things. But it goes beyond also, and that's for me a bit more tech diplomacy. Again, how do emerging and disruptive technologies affect international relations? And then you can break it down. Some of it, are cybersecurity relevant. Quantum, for instance, when you talk about quantum cryptography. But there's more to it, It can be also used as an antidote, so we can explore all this. But you have also quantum sensing. That could be possibly more interesting in the field of, sustainable development questions. You talked a lot about, apart from the data analysis, that a lot of things that we're trying to do is having better sensory, better measurement, better sensory things. Quantum could be a game changer. When we talk about information as a battlefield, I think it's hugely interesting to look how the convergence of certain technologies, bring us to a whole new unprecedented level of manipulation, surveillance, and well, what is there more? Manipulation and surveillance, and
censorship.
And censorship, indeed, and censorship that we have not seen before. You know, just look at the way AI and neurotechnologies can change people's behavior, together with immersive technologies. You can call them persuasive technologies. It's a whole new set of things that are out there, and we have not fully understood. There are very few people who understand it, because these are really, and this is just not something that, you know, one person can understand. Quantum in itself is not easy to understand. Neurotech is not easy to understand. Immersive technologies is a whole new set of technologies that's not naturally comes natural. So understanding them, how they all take together, is impossible for one, talking about multi-stakeholder approach, silos and all the rest of it. I think that's very clearly where we have to go. The way diplomacy worked, that's past it, you know, we're past the whole only intergovernmental field. Of course you have to be engaged in multi-stakeholder discussions and in multi-stakeholder governance frameworks, because it won't work. Every hands and every brain's on deck to really solve these very mind-boggling questions that we have very little knowledge out there. And I'm a big fan of technology, you know, as a you know, something that can really propel us into all the solutions that we'd like to see. You know, I mean, for us, it's sustainable development. You know, that's the global blueprint of everything that we're looking for. You know, it has everything in there: security, human rights, ecological, social, economic questions. It's a pretty broad blueprint that, for me, you can formulate in different ways. You know, you can say international security, human rights, and sustainable development. You can also say, sorry, I'm getting now blabbering and turned away. But my point is, we can only do it through multi-stakeholder approaches, and we can only do it by also, I think, ditching something that diplomats have been very much, or what to say, but where diplomats have sort of, or diplomacy has this culture, century-long culture. We cannot just wait and see. We have to be much more proactive. We have to be anticipatory, and we have to get out of the silos. And I think another key conclusion in this new whole post-digital world is we have to stop to see the world, apart from the fact that we have to stop being binary. We have to stop looking at the world as though we can tick boxes. You know, what some people call a compliance approach. You know, you have a list of things that you have to do. I think that's over with, also as a diplomat. We have to be much more creative, much more thinking out of the box, do more than what we've been doing, which is really difficult because we don't have more resources. But then again, technology can help, you know.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a really interesting perspective. Also, perhaps for you, Nina, how would you see that multi-stakeholder governance models could operate more effectively in the area of technology and going forward into the future?
How could they work more effectively? Well, I think you have a huge potential by the dialogue that they allow for, and by the space for exchange that is being created by them. And then I guess people engaged in these negotiations, they go into other contexts. They will go and affect how national law is being drafted, but also maybe engage in other multilateral contexts where decisions are being taken, and these decisions will be informed by the exchange that takes place in the multi-stakeholder fora. But I think a lot is also being done not only at the moment of like the encounter in those fora, but in between the sessions. I think there's also an approach to engage other actors that have been affected by the digital divide more, like there was the Global Digital Compact, envisioning to secure a human-centered digital future, and objective 5 of that is to enhance the governance of AI for the benefit of humanity. I think there's a lot to be done in that field.
While the process of the adoption of the Global Digital Compact was considered by civil society as a backward process, because it was very much in the intergovernmental space, and it drifted away from the multi-stakeholder approach that started with visas and all the rest of it. If you like the Geneva, I like to say the Geneva spirit, if you like, as opposed to the New York spirit, which is very much state-led, very much top-down, very much politicized. I mean, you don't have any digital tech experts in New York. And these guys were the ones who basically negotiated the Global Digital Compact. So there's a power play going on, and the Global Digital Compact, it's got to be a huge challenge now, making sure that we take this piece of work, which is not bad in itself, but that it doesn't, undermine the existing process that we've been built the last 30 years or so, not only in internet governance, but in digital and AI governance. If you just look at this is something that really bugs me till now. The Global Digital Compact created two processes / fora, the AI Scientific Panel and the AI Global Governance Dialogue. If you ever read the white paper submitted to the Chief Executive Board, that something like 40 plus UN organizations worked on to show sort of the current existing architecture on AI global governance in terms of processes, in terms of norms, in terms of organizations and stakeholders that deal with it. It's enormous what is already out there. We're talking about 40 or let's say 30 plus, it doesn't really make a difference, right? UN agencies deal with AI in one way or the other. And then we've got all these multi-stakeholder bodies like the IGF, the Vices Forum, and in between there's lots of things happening. And the Global Digital Compact in New York, these guys, and again also the high-level advisory board on AI, which was pretty much ignorant on what was already out there, and came up with all kinds of proposals, such as the panel, such as the dialogue. Bringing that back into the fold, making sure that we don't duplicate, because the UN is not the richest organization in the world. So we will have a big problem making sure that we put back the genie, the more reactionary spirit that manifested itself, put it back into the good old bottles of multi-stakeholderism, and putting them back into a very technical, sophisticated architecture, as opposed to creating new processes in New York, where you have diplomats who are not trained in these fields.
I wanted to add on that,
that they take over, and that's and then this is really the big. Although I don't like binary descriptions, but it's very much about state-led and multi-stakeholderism.
Yeah, I think that,
and of course,
in the view of time, because we want to have some time for audience questions in the end, and I feel like maybe we can sum up all of the points that we heard about the different actors.
Good point.
Engaging. Maybe you want to go for some.
Sure.
Alexander?
I mean, it's a good closing point. Really, think just what we just heard now beforehand from Nina, and then also how Claudia connected that. So just to give you an example, the multi-stakeholder definition has become effectively a point of conflict between two effective power blocks. So we are back in a Cold War type situation, where the like-minded group, also known as the West of liberal democracies, is dealing with a cyber-authoritarian bloc, and in between are all the non-aligned, and everyone is fighting for the definition. And the definition is the multi-stakeholder that the West kind of puts forward, which is also important for internet governance, is a more inclusive definition. Basically, everybody in their own areas of expertise decides, while the government focus, which is very often also what international organizations want, is that civil society and private sector may advise the governments on these issues rather than actually be responsible, which of course is a problem since the private sector actually builds everything in cyberspace and the non-state actors actually code everything of relevance in cyberspace, and governments can only blow things up and spy on things, they don't really build anything. So that's just you already heard here a little bit in the weeds Claudia and I have been dealing with the GDC and the ramifications of that for a while and before it started. It's a typical example of you cannot separate technology from global power and global power politics. It's reinforcing it. In some ways, we've gone back to where we were in the Cold War with similar actors, and digital authoritarianism is a real thing that also, not only actors in some democracies, but in particular, less democratic states really profit from. So my appeal here as a summary note would be to go back to what Joe Nye and the neoliberal tradition of international relations teaches you, which is don't see power as a monolithic block that only focuses on governments and tanks. It's also about the private sector and civil society. It's also about hard power and soft power. It's a lot more complicated than that. And it also means that everyone has a role to play in this. And it also means everyone has a responsibility to do the right thing.
Thank you all. I think we have heard some really interesting points. After hearing all of what the panelists shared, I'd be curious to check back in with you, the audience, with our starting question. Has your perception of viewing technology's role in the future of diplomacy as either a risk or an opportunity shifted? Would you now say technology is more of an opportunity, or do you think the risks outweigh? Or we also made space for probably maybe this, it doesn't even help to see it in this dichotomy. Maybe it makes a lot more sense to see this issue in much more varied layers. I want to open the floor now to questions. I see there's one back here, and one here, and one here. I think perhaps 3 questions for the first round will be nice. Yeah, just perhaps introduce yourself with your name as well, so that we can.
Hi, my name's Sean. I'm a second year here at the DA. I'm from Canada, and currently writing my thesis about the impact of technology on the US election cycle. And so you were bringing up earlier on, you mentioned the idea of social responsibility and saying even corporations aren't necessarily exempt from that. But not only are corporations, I think, fundamentally exempt from that, it's entirely based on the profit motive, and governments also don't care about the social responsibility. And in fact, we see with technology this heightening opportunity for manufactured consent to be more aggressive than it's ever been, and kind of this polarization into smaller communities, and especially with human psychology, it opens up this massive opportunity for right-wing populists to aggressively tackle reactionary responses and incite radicalism. And so I don't know what the question is so much as I just had to disagree with that point. That I think that it is an inevitability, but there is a huge risk that's involved, but technology will inevitably be involved with the government structure, and I think we will have a hard time as diplomats in the future trying to work with governments who feel like they don't have to work with others anymore, that they can just manipulate the dialogue into whatever they want and just to hell with everybody else.
Thank you.
Let's all collect them.
Yeah, perhaps let's take the 3 questions and then get into answering them.
Hello, my name is Anna Beska and I'm an alumna of the DA. I have also recently worked with the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie, OIF, which campaigns, amongst other things, for multilingualism and language diversity on the international stage, and AI is one of their main concerns. Now, I would like to draw your attention to the linguistic argument of technology and AI in future diplomacy. As we all know, most of the AI content is in English. The data that trains the AI is also in English. Do you see this lack of diversity, of linguistic diversity, as a hindrance, a standardization of the minds, perhaps, in the field of in international diplomacy? You mentioned, Ms. Reinprecht, technological development in the global south. If we're thinking of the African continent, of course, a lot of those countries are French-speaking, Francophone. So what is your take on that, on on the linguistic standardization of what trains AI today. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps one third question. I think, yeah, we can go for your question.
I think the gentleman here really raised his hand very early on.
Yes,
before he gets too frustrated. Give him a chance.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you for the great presentation. I'm Ibrahim from Ghana. I'm a second-year MS2 student. My question goes, it's more about the information sphere, right? So when we come to information governance, how it affects diplomacy. And then this boils down to, say, the the technology divide between the global south and the global north. So if the global north has capabilities that the global south lack, how do we build trust and cooperation in our liberal international order? Should there be a blowback? What are strategies or resilience measures we could have in place to solve these issues that might rise? So as diplomacy, diplomacy is there to kind of veer us away from tensions, how do we also make sure that technology doesn't also present another challenge within this, say, ever-evolving times that we find ourselves in? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any one of you for like the first question from Sean here? It was about social responsibility and the diplomats that will perhaps yeah.
But I mean, I could also just touch on the other two. I think it was addressed towards me anyway. But so there was 2 points in that, I think, question, because you mentioned the second part of it was manipulating the narrative, which is another issue that diplomats do have a lot of experience in dealing with, and perhaps less novel than it really seems. Let's go back to your original presupposition. So there's not only stakeholder capitalism, there is also shareholder capitalism, there's also stakeholder capitalism. That is the whole basic purpose of the World Economic Forum, and frankly, it's also the bedrock of the so-called neoliberal tradition of international relations, which has nothing to do, of course, with the liberal school of Chicago for those who are thinking about that. Nothing at all. So that notion that corporations are an actor that have other interests than only the profit motive, which of course is very unpopular, by the way, in the current administration, which is why they want them to get rid of all their DEI policies and everything else, is kind of like baked in. So at the moment, and we have actually seen that in practice, despite what certain tech bros might have been doing recently, and actually the end of the first Trump administration, where it was actually U.S. big business that basically came down and said, no, actually this election really did happen the way it was supposed to, and it was fair, and we're not going to put up with this malarkey. So it was actually corporations, Coca-Cola, for instance, and others that basically stood up and really took a position. That they're not doing it right now is of serious concern. But hey, you know what? Civil society in the United States isn't doing very much either. Actually, no one is doing anything. So if you want to worry, be very worried. We're all terrified, yeah? Joe was terrified. Everyone's terrified. But it's not about the private sector not having a social compact right now. It's all of us actually having to ruck up and take some civic responsibility. So they're failing, we're failing, you're failing, we're all failing right now, okay? So linguistic divergence, I think, was an excellent point. Just a very quick point on that. It's also, our English is being trained, not by America, by the way, and ChatGPT is actually being trained mostly in Kenya, which is why a lot of the English peculiarities in ChatGPT actually have Kenyan English in them, which nobody notices, which is wonderful. That's how you can spot, as an educationer, when somebody's been writing with ChatGPT, because it will use phrases and words that are most common and effectively in African English and not in someplace else. But that aside, absolutely, it's always been a French obsession about how norms are created and how norms create policies and language, and we're now seeing that it's very much true. And so I think one of the next developments for the information sphere, we're seeing this in internet governance overall, is try to encourage the multilingual web and try to build onto that. But that gets us to the third point, which is about the global divide and in particular digital divide and the next billion that we're trying to reach, but then forgetting about the fact that there's a couple of billion that have also not been properly represented. And that is a problem that they are now mostly confronted with, not only content that is completely alien to them linguistically, but also culturally, and they do not have a way to respond. And speaking as someone who is very much aligned with the free internet multi-stakeholder model, I still also believe that governments do have a very valid and important role to play to make sure that those voices are represented in the Silicon Valley and the other places that effectively have taken over this debate. And indeed, which Europe has done a great job so far in trying to steer the regulation discussion. So the tech divide is a very big issue that can be spelt in many different ways. It's not only a question of global south and global north, it happens in our societies as well, but also the way culture helps define the way we interact in the information sphere. So both of those things play a role. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And perhaps if we also move on to the third question really quickly about information governance and how that affects diplomacy, perhaps any of the panelists would have a point to add onto that?
I'd like to just pick up on the point with the digital divide and the technology divide, because that's really something I grapple a lot with. And for me, it's not the solution, and maybe it's even an inadequate solution. But you know, I'm a really fervent believer, and maybe it's because I spent 5 years working within UNESCO, where it's all about the role of culture and identity and very much this feeling that a global dialogue is needed, and you first, because that's the spirit, that's within the Charter of UNESCO. Wars begin in the minds of men. It's in the minds of men where the defenses for peace are constructed, and I'm a strong believer in the Charter. It's a beautiful Charter, actually. And I'm a strong believer in the mandate, and I think UNESCO is probably the most appropriate organization for the challenges of the 21st century, one of many, but a very, very much undervalued one. And one thing that most people don't know is that UNESCO is also the only UN organization that deals with ethics of science and technology. And why is this relevant? This is not just for me a nice to have thing, ethical, because it sounds a bit like, yeah, nice, but what is it? But for me, if you look at the ethics of AI discussion, which was quite important a couple of years ago, that went on in UNESCO, and I remember very well because, people from the global north came up, from a European state, came up and said, why do we have this discussion on ethics of AI within UNESCO? It's not the right forum, and on top of it, the OECD and others have already done great work. Why do we need that? And I remember very clearly the Egyptian colleague who came up and said, you guys, we've not been on the table when you discussed it. This is now our chance to put in our perspective. And that's when I realized one thing. It is so true. We never have global inclusive dialogues about these things. There was another experience that I had, which in a way, in its accurateness, was in a way an eye-opener. Not necessarily because I understood it already, but the way he put it was so really made a mark on me. And that was when I was actually in Geneva at another conference, and I met the telecom regulator of Jamaica, and he was basically saying, we are quite fed up with the fact that you have some boys, white boys, somewhere in the West, creating all the kinds of new technologies, everything done like this. They reap the benefits, but socialize the externalities. And we, from the Global South, have no means to deal with that. And again, it's about, I think, and I come back to the ethics thing, and the need and ethics is a good start to have a global inclusive discussion. That's a multilateral or multi-stakeholder business you can do in UNESCO, for instance, that you start talking not about principles, but where we as a global community want these technologies to go. Do we encourage all stakeholders, in particular also, reminding the private sector, but not only the private sector, also research communities, technical communities, everyone in their roles and responsibilities, to make sure that the development and the use of these technologies are geared towards the achievement of sustainable development goals.
I think
for everyone.
Yeah,
and if we make that happen, I'm not sure whether it really changed the world, But we change the discourse. We have something to do, because the discourse right now is dominated by very few. It's basically a couple of men in this world who tell us where the future of our humanity will go. And they create already very, very strong, effective images of our future. And we are all starting to believe it. I think we have to stop that. We have to create and work together to create the images of the future we want. Not that Elon Musk wants, or Sam Altman, or whoever over there.
I think that's a really great, strong message to because we're also already
this is your task as diplomats to come
at the end
in
of our time.
To be, it's not always about peace, the big high diplomacy things, but having discussions like this with, with the private sector, with the academia, with technical communities, and technical communities in the digital field, with all kinds of stakeholders in your societies. The broader and more inclusive these discussions take place, I think the better results we get. That's basically the promise of democracy.
Thank you. I think that's a really strong note to end on. And also send you all off into the coffee break for a bit. I think it is safe to say that technology changes both the way diplomacy is conducted, as well as the goals and outputs that it has. And while holding risks worth considering, it also holds incredible potential in having a positive impact in our world. And with these big words, I'd like to send you off into the coffee break. We'll resume with our last panel for today on the future of international organizations at 3:30 p.m. Thank you to the panelists for this really insightful discussion, and for all of you for listening and participating.
Thank you.
Thank you. You did really well. Honestly, the points I have to...
For coming back to the final panel of today. And I'm really excited and honored to be here with you tonight, this afternoon, to talk about the future of international organizations, reform or decline. And in this regard, I have some preliminary thoughts I want to quickly share with you all, because I believe it's important to realize where we are. As we share a common hobby of spending our days here in these halls, you probably know that Vienna is the central hub to over 50 international organizations, which also means that Vienna is one of the heart places of international diplomacy worldwide. And today we want to talk and deliberate about the role of these institutions, because there has been a shift happening. And we could also feel that to some extent in Vienna. It's the question about the Vienna spirit, so the so-called consensus-based approach towards policy decision-making. It's questions about blocking each other's agendas and way forward. And it's deliberations on how we can move forward and ensure that the policies and international organizations actually deliver to the world's greatest crisis nowadays. So we pose the question between reinvigoration or redundancy. What role should international organizations play in the current world order? And as you can see, thankfully it's not just me sharing my thoughts on this, but we have a very distinguished panel here with us today, whom I'm very excited to invite one after the other. And I would kindly ask you to please wait with a thunderous applause till I've introduced all of them before you can give it. There have been some shifts involved into this panel and lineup, so we're really really thankful to have Ms. Chakarova here with us. But the panel was originally planned with a more gender diverse perspective in mind. That being said, I now have the pleasure to welcome you, Ms. Chakarova, who is a political scientist and specializing in strategic geopolitics. She has her own consultancy company, Face for a Conscious Experience, and she is a scientific advisor to the European Forum Alpbach, which I found very interesting because a lot of you certainly applied there. Apart from that, she has been the director of the Austrian Institute for European Security Policy, and she's an expert to the Ministry of Defense Scientific Commission. Then, all the way to the left, we have our dean of this very halls, Professor Markus Kornbrust, who's a leading expert, as you know, in international relations, especially in diplomacy, peace and security, and international relation theory. He researched and taught at the Ohio State University, at the Oxford University, and he has published and edited over 8 books. A lot of you here at the DA know the Handbook of Austrian Foreign Policy, so small flex here. Apart from that, we also have the great pleasure to welcome the Deputy Head of Mission, Zoilo Velasco here. He is the Consul General and the Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN Republic of Philippines. And he has previously been the Director of the Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office and stationed in The Hague as the First Secretary for Consul and Legal Advice. Apart from that, and last by no means least, we have Billy Badwe here with us. He's a program officer at the UN Office for Drugs and Crime, responsible for transnational organized crime projects, and a founder of multiple initiatives, amongst them the United for Education Sustainable Futures Initiative, the founder of International Security and Conflict Analysis Framework, and a co-founder of the Regional Academy of the UN. And as we have now done this successfully, a great round of applause, please, for a distinguished panel. And for me. And before really going deep into these deliberations today, I have the great pleasure to also announce that we have been sent a video from Her Excellency Gadawali, who's the director of the UN Office of Drugs and Crime, the executive director and the director of the UN Office of Vienna.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to address the 2025 edition of the Diplomatic Academy Students' Initiative Conference. For over 250 years, the Diplomatic Academy has helped shape Austria's diplomatic heritage, from the Habsburg Empire to the modern era. And while the principles of diplomacy remain unchanged, the world in which they are practiced is changing dramatically. Today, we face the immense global challenges of conflict, climate change, poverty, inequality, and new risks posed by emerging technologies. These challenges have led some to question whether diplomacy can still deliver. Yet, it is exactly in times of crisis that diplomacy is needed most. The UN in Vienna provides countries with a vital space to come together, negotiate, and find common ground. From promoting the peaceful uses of nuclear energy and outer space to advancing industrial development and strengthening global cooperation against organized crime, our work speaks to the importance of diplomacy. This year also marks 80 years of the United Nations founding and 70 years of Austria's membership in the organization. These milestones remind us of the enduring power of diplomacy and Austria's long-standing commitment to multilateralism and dialogue. And it is through forums like this conference that these values come to life. By bringing people together to exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, and seek solutions, we reinforce the very essence of diplomacy. So I encourage you to fully engage in discussions, learn from one another, and help us shape a more peaceful world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Her Excellency. To start off the conversation here, I think it would be very nice to take upon one of the things that Her Excellency has been pointing out, and that's a shift also in regards to new problems emerging. So I would like to start off with you, Professor Kornprobst, with asking you, whilst it is uncommon that there is a purely unilateral approach to crisis, we have seen more and more that there is a shift in the relevance of international organizations, and this becomes very observable when it comes to norm contestation beyond what is normally seen in these forums. How would you perceive this shift of relevance? Has there been such? And if you put your finger on this situation, how would you in the end see this as a normal form of contestation or a deep one which requires new avenues and forms of dealing with?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, yeah, and I definitely think it's a deep contestation, yeah. Because if we think about it, so norm of territorial integrity, for instance, that is something that we really took for granted for a while, yeah? I mean, this thing is not working really well. I'll do it like that. I think it's better like that. It's too close to me. Yeah, that's okay too. Yeah. So it really is a deep contestation. So example, territorial integrity. Yeah? So we have an old style war of territorial conquest, not that far away from here. We have fantasies by an American president about Greenland, about Canada, about the Panama Canal. We have China being quite outspoken about its territorial claims in the South China Sea and Taiwan and all of that. So territorial integrity was really a pillar of international order, yeah? And that seems to have weakened. If we look at the OSCE here, which obviously is also an important organization, then that was basically built in order to guarantee the inviolability of borders that was formulated. Yeah? So I think this is the one thing. So it's the pillars of international order. They have been shaken. And then on top of that, obviously, there is contestation about all kinds of other norms as well. Yeah. So to what extent, for instance, should the international community do something about states that do wrong within their own boundaries? Yeah? Sovereignty, is that the right to do wrong within your own boundaries, or is there something that is supposed to hold you back? This is probably a battle that for the time being, responsibility to protect and all has been lost. Yeah. So this would be so I think there are really two levels, two layers of contestation, and some really concern the pillars of international order, and others simply continue kind of contestation that we've had. One could go on and on now about these examples. Yeah. At the same time, And I do agree with what we have just heard in the introductory remarks. We should beware of simply saying that we are in dire straits and we are in a big crisis. Multilateralism can still accomplish something, yeah. So I always thought this pandemic treaty would be something that's very, very important. And then I thought for a long time that it's something that could be accomplished, but it was accomplished. It's not accomplished yet, but we are moving into the right direction there. The Pact for the Future, perhaps we'll discuss that a little bit today as well, 2024. There are probably all kinds of problems with it. It's very long. It's a basically Christmas tree. It's a wish list and then all of that. But nevertheless, yeah. So we have this pact and we have something to build it on. Yeah. So while these really are very difficult times in which even the pillars of international order have been shaken, we should not be too pessimistic in terms of our outlook into the future either.
Thanks so much. Absolutely. Yeah, I think especially touching upon the responsibility to protect as a concrete example of where some battles unfortunately appear to be at least postponed. But the INB negotiations with a pandemic treaty are some of them where I would have to say it's interesting to see that norms not only need to be written down, but the question is how we then in the end start to apply them and really make use of them. And I think here, Ms. Chakarova, I would really like to get your perspective on it, because I believe that the one criticism one always holds against international organizations is that unfortunately after decades of their implementation, where is the light at the end of the tunnel, or to what extent has their implementation or their work really benefited? So if we look at all of the different amounts of crises we've been discussing today, where is the performance of the international organizations in that? And I think especially you as a geopolitical expert in the peace and security field, it becomes blatantly aware to all of us that we now live in the times with the most amount of conflicts since the end of the World War. So I pose this question to you in regards to what is the current role of international organizations in regards to these crises?
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be on a Friday afternoon with so many young people who certainly have better things to do on a Friday afternoon than listening to this for adults here in the room, who also apparently won't have a lot of good news when it comes to geopolitics, global geopolitics and international organizations. Sorry, and I have to warn you on my side, I also don't have a lot of good news, but still, my personal appreciation for you to take the time and listen to us means a lot. And let me just give you a very, very short wrap-up of the way how I analyze the current situation. Now, if we take the international organizations as a full package, post-Second World War up until today, like we have 80 years of institutional legacy. A lot of these international institutions have been transformed, modernized, but have sustained the test of time, right? And we have heard a lot about the way how international organizations, specifically in the field of security, would not kind of be able to sustain the most urgent challenges of their time. Again and again, I can assure you, even when I was a student of international relations, some 30 years ago, we had this debate. Think of the Balkan Wars at that time, collapse of Soviet Union, Balkan Wars. Then we had the situation in Rwanda. In the 90s, it was really, really precarious time, and I can assure you, it's over with international organizations. They cannot deliver. They cannot provide the most adequate solutions to our most urgent problems. And here we are. They are still here, and they are still offering a platform. And yes, I can start the conversation from the perspective that we are living in the most precarious, geopolitically precarious time where the international organizations, think of the UN Security Council, think of the most relevant actually organizations in every single socioeconomic network, have become an arena for global power competition and have been bifurcated because of Western versus non-Western. And I wouldn't even say anti-Western, just non-Western perspectives, which means that on the one hand, we are having now a rise of a lot of regional organizations, and my colleagues will be addressing this for sure, who are now in the need of addressing issues that are not linked necessarily to the way how the West and the West as a collective actor addresses problems and solves problems, because they have other understanding and perception. And then, of course, the West in itself is also in a sort of crisis and is trying to come up with an adequate solution to that. Now, UN Security Council, when I said, I think it's the most important platform, institutional platform when it comes to international security, is absolutely bifurcated. We have two blocks there, China, Russia on the one hand, and US, UK, France on the other. Right now with Trump 2.0, there is a kind of signal that US might be siding with Russia on some voting, think of the General Assembly, because of the relaunch of a strategic dialogue. But certainly this bifurcation is here to stay and is going to affect global problem solving. Now, you said yourself, right now 2025 marks the highest number of military conflicts and wars around the world compared to the end of the Second World War. So that means that nations, and that means state actors and international organizations, do not deliver. But at the same time, we, and this is my personal observation, are living also in the most vibrant time for international and regional organizations. As the international institutions do not deliver in the field of security and defense, so we are seeing a rise of regional organizations that try to solve some of the problems. Now, if we say the UN is not functioning, this is not correct, because think of the mediation of the United Nations during the food crisis, when practically, because of the UN and the mediation of Turkey, we came up with a preliminary and, transitionary settlement between Ukraine and Russia for the food. So we have, and then of course we have also the World Food Program that has been also delivering problem solving to the dire situation when it comes to food commodities. So I wouldn't go for generalization. The global picture, the helicopter view, is clearly not good, and I think that this intensification will continue. But at the same time, this gridlock that is currently existent at the level of international organizations is kind of being transition into regional problem solving, and that is why I would point to one organization particularly, that is the G20, which is currently trying to kind of rise as the new, I would argue, international platform, where you have different views. So you have the European Union and the African Union as two institutional actors. You have the 20 most, quickest economies in the world right now, fastest growing economies in the world right now, and you have the key players. And I would argue that right now this is one interesting organization that we can discuss how it is trying to navigate the complexity of global geopolitics.
Thanks so much for this very comprehensive answer already. Yeah, I think the one thing you picked up upon the deadlock of the Security Council and the shift in this regard of the regionalization is something that I would actually like to pose a bit towards Mr. Deputy Velasco, because your country, the Republic of the Philippines, is currently running for the Security Council for the term 2027 to 2028. How would you, as a country from the so-called Global South, see that Security Council, and what do you promise yourself from the not just the application but then your membership?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm honored to be here, to be part of this very noble panel, and also to be able to share my views. Just a caveat though, I'm from the government, but my views do not necessarily represent my country, but then I assure you that it will be based on my diplomatic practice. So the Philippines is vying to become a member of the UN Security Council, and it has many layers in it, and the most basic premise of that is basically on what we call the three constants amidst all of these global shifts, specifically in Indo-Pacific. And the three constants that we always hang on to are, first, the sovereign equality of all states. It's basic. In UN Charter, every state, whether big or small, are equal. Second, for us, in our region, it's the centrality of ASEAN. And there's a discussion about regional groups. And for us, because we are small states, small countries, we have better voice if we are together as a group, as an ASEAN group. And the third, for us, it's really multilateralism. It will always remain for us, especially for us small, medium-sized states. There's also the basic metric of regionalism, bonding together, and that is multilateralism basically in the grander scale. So all these three constants, that is the basic premise of our bid for UN Security Council. Why? Because we believe that every state, whether you're small or big, has a right to push for a rules-based international order. And we can see, for example, Slovenia, a small country, but it's very active in the UN Security Council in pushing for the agenda towards upholding the rules, the rule of law. And that's basically what the Philippines wants to be, to put into the table in the UN Security Council. So we package ourselves as a bridge builder. That is our banner in bringing our candidature in the UN Security Council. So it is important for us as well because, as you know, the Philippines has a dispute with our bigger neighbor, territorial and maritime dispute. These are two conflicts. And the maritime dispute has already been settled in an arbitration award by a tribunal in The Hague. And of course, China doesn't recognize that arbitral award, but for us, it's an outcome of a rules-based process, which is dispute settlement mechanism under UNCLOS. So it is important for us to uphold all the time the rules-based international order, and that is why we go back to the UN Charter, UNCLOS, the Manila Declaration on dispute settlement of these international disputes. All of these come together, and in a way, it is a package that wraps around our bid for membership in the Security Council.
Thank you so much. I think if I had a vote or say in this, you would have just convinced someone. But apart from that, thank you for that alignment. And I think this goes very well into a question which I would have for you, Billy. And it would be, in this regard, if multilateralism is held as a constant, but the UN across all three pillars experiences the severity of crisis increasing, is there a crisis of deliverance, or is there a challenge in some of the relationships amongst members and upholding their commitments that they have done within the framework of the United Nations to and amongst each other?
Thank you very much, Marvin. Can you?
Yeah,
it's working. It's working. That's the first task, to get the mic working. I managed to do it. You didn't manage, Marcus. It's one for me. One for me. No, thanks so much for that question, and also it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here to interact with you today and on this very important topic. So let me just start with a side note, okay? Quite often when I interact on topics like this related to security and United Nations, colleagues ask me, Billy, why do you actually work for the United Nations, an organization that failed your country so miserably? You mentioned already Rwanda. For those of you who do not know, I come from Rwanda, and I left during the genocide. So I get this question quite often. And there, and my answer is always, imagine the world without the United Nations. Just imagine the world without the United Nations. And I have to say that it might be surprising for you. Usually sometimes when we think about the United Nations, or when people think about the United Nations, they think about peace and peacemaking and peacekeeping. Okay, that's fine. But for me, I think the question speaks to whether the UN is going through crisis, or whether the UN is experiencing crisis situation with its membership. I have to say that my understanding of the United Nations is that it's a crisis organization. So it's always in a crisis. Okay? Without the crisis, there's probably no point of the United Nations. And given that the United Nations is a member states-based organization, and the crises that we face are usually happening either within countries or amongst countries, and our job is to facilitate the peace, the negotiations, the mediation, and the resolving of conflicts that we see around the world. Obviously, we are every day in conflict of with those member states, every day. I've been now with the UN for about 9.5 years. It doesn't sound a lot, but I can tell you it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. When you're sitting in rooms with member states every day for 9.5 years, it's a lot of time. And you get to see a lot of things, and you get to understand many things. And many things you don't understand, by the way. You really do not understand. Is there a comma here? Is it supposed to be a shar or shrewd or whatever? You get to see many things. You get to understand many things. And then you get to understand that these things actually matter. And you also get to understand why they have to insist on that comma. Because they have to think about, you talked about sovereignty. They have to think about what does this mean in our own context back home. So we agree on this here in Vienna or in New York. We have to go back home and put it in practice. So what does it mean? That comma is actually very important. Okay? And many of those commas, what have they brought us? The Sustainable Development Goals, for sure. Think about, when we talk about the issues that we might have on development, Sustainable Development Goals. This is a very important agenda that we now have, which is, by the way, not a UN agenda. It's not just your country's agenda, but it's your agenda as well. How many of you care about the environment? How many of you care about gender equality? How many of you care about education? It's your agenda as well. That's just an example. So, of course, we are experiencing authoritarianism. We know that. Nationalism is growing everywhere. So human rights is under attack. And therefore, there is crisis there as well. But that's where, as my executive director already mentioned at the beginning, that's where you need the United Nations most. Yes? As a source of hope, as a custodian for peace, and for sure, as an institution that is there to at least diffuse the chaos that we are seeing. So I submit to you that I agree with the fact that the UN is undergoing crisis, and it's in constant crisis with its member states. But this is the nature of the United Nations. So that's not necessarily a positive view of the organization, But that's the role of the organization. This is why the United Nations is there. And Dag Hammarskjöld himself, one of the former Secretary General of the United Nations, said very, very best that the UN was not created to get us into heavens. It was created to save us from chaos. And I think this is what we try to do, and this is what the organization tries to do every day. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Billy. Yeah, I think it's a round of applause. Is already due after this first round of answers. Both given, I think, their inspiring effect. I'm happy to say that the final panel, at least in me, invokes a feeling of hopefulness and working towards against these crises, which we have discussed throughout all of the day. But I think now I want to go a bit more into the detail of how we can frame this all, make sense of this all. We have already discussed some of the fundamental causes of the shift away of the importance of IOs, or towards a shift of new international organizations. And this is why I would again address the question to you, and would really, really be interested in you explaining on the point you made earlier, Ms. Chakarova, especially in regards to the G20. Because the first criticism which might be faced by someone is this then not just the development of a new framework, which again includes a big custodian and the great power state, and to what extent is again an international organization just as useful as the big power state in it lets it out to be?
Mm-hmm. Well, the first thing we need to understand is that there is a supremacy of power politics over decision-making coming from international and regional institutions. This is just the natural order of things. This is the natural hierarchy of the way how world affairs and international relations are shaped, made, and happening. And that means that in phases like this one, where you have a very intense phase of global power competition, and then, as we've already heard, this global power competition is going through different regional dimensions. The Indo-Pacific is going to be, unfortunately, the hottest of all geopolitical, and sorry for the bad news, the hottest of the geopolitical hotspots. There will be a lot of crises and military conflicts also, fortunately, in Africa, and the the Middle East is still absolutely on fire, and at the same time, the Russian war against Ukraine is by far the largest systemic risk, on par with, when I say systemic risk, this is not just a geopolitical risk for you to understand, it's a systemic risk on par with the great financial crisis and with the pandemic. That means that it has second and third order events that have been unleashed and that had contagious effect after the launch of the war. Coming back to your question about G20, because G20 is not the only platform, I want to look at it as a kind of a transactional nature of newly emerging regional formats. As international norms are being influenced and being shaped by state actors' behavior, so there is this need for a kind of transitionary nature of decision-making that is also backed by institutions. So G20 is one of many right now. I just gave one example for lack of time, to be honest with you. But in the Indo-Pacific, we have also, for instance, the quadrilateral format. Again, it's not an organization in the traditional conservative way of our understanding of emergence of organizations. You have AUKUS, which is, again, another perfect example for that. Then you have Shanghai Organization for Cooperation. You have the still, to some extent, functioning Organization for Collective Security under the Russian umbrella, covering Central Asian republics and former Soviet republics. So basically, my point here is that there is a lot happening And when I say a lot happening, I mean political meetings, which are steered by global powers' interests. And of course, a lot of regional actors are currently navigating between them. They are oscillating and trying to somehow avoid being caught in any kind of binary decision. And when I said G20, it's more or less an antithesis to the G7 world of the again, it's not anti-Western, but it's a kind of non-Western antithesis to the G7 world, which is the club of the richest. Because as we speak, we know for a fact that China is meanwhile the second global economy in the world, and we know for a fact that India is projected to become world economic power number 3, and there is a misrepresentation. There is a kind of mismatch between the original design of the existent, mostly Western influenced and Western steered organizations and the emerging formats that are representing interests of huge economies. I mean, even if we consider, I remember this statement coming from China about Philippines being this little dwarf or something like that. And if you compare, I mean, if you look at the scale of size and economy in Southeast Asia and compare it to European states, you don't have any example that is adequate, even in terms of size of population. So my point here is that this is an inevitable phenomenon. We cannot stop it from happening. It is just reflecting the speed and the scale and scope of changes in the world of geopolitics and geoeconomics and institutions currently, and same goes for political decision makers, by the way. They're just running after this dramatic shift and are trying to kind of adapt to this reality. So to answer your question, there is a lot of power politics there. Think of the joint declarations where the one power, for instance, Russia has been fighting for a certain narrative to be removed from the joint declaration, right? And then there was a backing coming from China. And then, for instance, while India was hosting the G20 in 2023, they were trying to somehow mediate. But this is normal. This is the normal modus operandi of all international organizations. We know for a fact that the traditional international institutions are having the same problem when it comes to the way how member states are trying to have an impact on a certain resolution. This is nothing new. It's only that we are going to see much bigger intensity, many more voices, and now here is the good news. This means also more optionality. It's going to become much more diverse in terms of problem solving, in terms of voices, in terms of perspectives. So the Global South, which the West doesn't like as a narrative, but apparently Global South countries don't have zero problem with the brand, is entering the space and is going to look for all the possibilities to attend these formats, to transform these formats, and to, to have their own say in the way how international system is going to be shaped in the 21st century. It's inevitable to happen. And in that sense, I would say it only depends on the flexibility of decision makers and the adaptability of the existing international organizations to embrace this change.
Again, what a comprehensive answer, and I think it's a really good thing, I think, to think about international organizations not as a construct being set in place, but in the flexibility of new creation. And that's why I would very much like to get your professor's point of view also on the systemic changes you feel are currently happening, and also if this then leads to the norms which have been set in the framework of past international organizations to be done redundant, or if they will be adhered to. And I think very, very deep norms, such as the fundamental declarations of human rights, would be something where I would be interested if you see that flexibility would be required also in this regard, or if this is something that at least all countries have to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Marvin. No, I think if we look at international order today, then there are basically 3 dimensions, and they're in conflict with one another. Yeah? So the one is multiplexity, the second one is multipolarity, and the third one is international rule of law. So just a few words about everyone, and apologies if there is some overlap with my last talk there earlier this week. So multiplexity means that there's a lot of agency in international regions. Yeah. So India, for instance, that's an example there. So if you look at Asia Pacific, then that is a region where there's actually a considerable amount of agency in the region. So it's not like great power or something like that can simply superimpose whatever it wants to do, but there's agency in the regions. Europe is another case, clearly, where there's agency in a region. There are also some cases where this is not the case at all. Yeah, so Horn of Africa, for instance, is very much on the receiving end of what happens in adjacent regions or what happens amongst the great powers. So I think that's the one story. The other story is the multipolarity. Multipolarity, if we look at it, probably we have 3 great powers. We have more rising powers. And they obviously are in competition with one another, yeah? And that provides some agency to smaller states, yeah? So many African states, they pursue a hedging strategy. So states like Kenya, for instance, they just cooperate basically with every of those great powers. Trying to make the most out of this. And stuck somewhere in the middle of all of that is the international rule of law, yeah. But it's very much connected to all of that. So if we look at the United Nations, then obviously the Security Council is supposed to be the guardian of the international order ultimately, yeah. But the guardians, especially the 3 great powers that I've just mentioned, they don't guard much of this international order right now. Yeah? So we have this funny and actually historically quite unique situation where the United States, which basically built the international order that we see today with the United Nations, Bretton Woods institutions and all of that, moves against its own order. It moves against the order that it once created. Yeah? That's not what one usually expects. Yeah? One usually expects, okay, there's a rising power, and the rising power then does something to the international order. But at the moment, it's actually the builder, the erstwhile builder of that order that moves against it. But if the guardians of the international order don't take care of it, yeah, then obviously the international order has a massive problem, yeah. And then within international regions, it sometimes depends on the region, but it's sometimes not all that different either, yeah. So if one looks at the Middle East now, if one looks at the Horn of Africa, if one looks at those regions where there really are a lot of conflicts, then the regional organizations, they can't do much. This is something that really worries me. So if we look at the crises today, then one would think, okay, there are some very clear-cut candidates that should actually take care of those crises. Yeah. So in the past, the United Nations was an important mediator in major crises. Yeah? So it doesn't matter whether we look at the Cuban Missile Crisis or we look at the Balkan Wars in the 1990s. So the United Nations played a very important role. At the moment, it's quite sidelined from all of that, and the same applies to regional organizations. And one more thing about that, so about the geopolitics part. Yeah? So yes, there is plenty of geopolitics going on now. Yeah? But geopolitics waxes and wanes, of course. Yeah? But geopolitics is something that's in the minds of decision makers. Yeah? There's not something objective or something. It's in the minds of decision makers. So geopolitics as a term originates in the late 19th century. Yeah? Mackinder, Ratzel, and others. And that obviously had fairly immediate political effects. Yeah? So the scramble for Africa, for instance, is underwritten by these geopolitical ideas. And geopolitical ideas, they never went away entirely, certainly not. Yeah. But there were times when they were much weaker than now, and they have come back with a vengeance. Yeah. So is obviously the belief in multilateralism and the belief that standing together, cooperating together, you can manage a crisis, co-manage a crisis. Yeah? That ultimately is also in the minds of people. And then you can design whatever institutions you want, and you can have fantastic ideas about how to revamp the United Nations and everything. But if there's basically the standard operating procedure of this international organization, the standard operating platform, is not there, yeah? So the kind of ideational resource that you need in order to make it run, then it's a problem. And I think that is where we are at the moment.
Wow, also quite a drastic or quite a good view on I think the current reformation efforts which we see in the United Nations, and I think this is why I would really like to turn to you now, Billy Bourgeois. In regards to especially how you view the Pact of the Future. I mean, we have been already talking about the importance of the Security Council as a guarantor. We've been talking about the importance of actually acting on the norms from member state sides for the norms to be valuable. And we have now seen that there was some progress in the Pact of the Future made. We have the strongest language on Security Council reform in the last 30 years. But is that enough? And what kind of actions have been already taken since this pact has been adopted at the end of 2024? Would be my question to you now.
Thanks so much, Marvin, for that. And I think it's good that we're kind of moving from the pessimistic start of the discussion into more, hopefully, optimistic, futuristic conversation. And I think the Pact for the Future is indeed one of those instruments that we now have in place that has taken quite a lot of programming, quite a lot of energy, a lot of resources on the part of the UN. But also, I understand, as you've been also, I think, following this process for quite some time, and maybe some of you, has been also very consultative in a way that it has also involved young people in listening to them, civil society organizations, the private sector, in really crafting that Pact for the Future. Of course, again, this is yet another UN document, right? Okay, so you can look at a Pact for the Future, and by the way, the name is great. They know how to choose good names. The name is amazing. So when you look into it, and if you're a young person, you might find things that are really interesting for you when you think about future generations and how we need to live today, keeping in mind about those who are still to come, those of you who are here, of course, the younger ones, but also those who are not yet here. This is a very important aspect. We're also looking at technologies and how we can use AI and other technologies to make our lives better, but also to make sure that we have governance around it, because otherwise we don't want it to spill over and get out of control. This is very important. So I think moving forward, I think what is very interesting for the Pact for the Future is the aspect of localization of the actions that come out of that have come out of the Pact for the Future. And this is going to be very critical, because I think this also means, again, that you as young people, even those of you who are not so young anymore, I used to be very young, that we have a role also in implementation of the Pact for the Future, and this is going to be quite critical. There's a task force, as you know already, that is looking into how the Pact for the Future is to be implemented. It's very much tied to the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, that are up for review in just about 5 years. And just to mention also that you might not be aware of this, but within the UN, in the framework of the 8 years anniversary of the United Nations, the Secretary General has launched a new initiative called UN 80. And this initiative is looking very specifically on how can we reform the organization And I know you can say we've been talking about reforms for decades and nothing has happened, and you are right, of course. But I think we have a good opportunity also in the context of this crisis, because you always have to take the opportunity of a crisis maybe to create opportunities. And I think this is what the Secretary General is doing. With the crisis that we have, the funding crisis as a result of the US cuts everywhere, I think it's a good opportunity to look at the organization, see how can we be more effective as an organization? How can we cut on bureaucracies? How can we reduce costs? The UN is a very expensive body. It's a very expensive organization. But does it have to be that way? It's an important organization, but does it have to be that expensive? So I think this too, the Pact for the Future and its focus on localization of the actions is quite key. And the UN 80, the Secretary General's new effort, is going to be very important as we're moving forward, as it's looking inward into the organization on how we can deliver better, being more efficient as well.
Thank you so much. Now, I really like the thought of crisis, if crisis take opportunity. And I think this is where I would pose the last question before we finally go to the audience Q&A. I think all of you are really also looking forward to, is to you, Mr. Deputy Velasco, this Vienna spirit that we've been talking about, this finding compromise, this taking a step towards each other, might be in danger, but do you see an opportunity to reinvigorate it? How would you do it, and what kind of framework would be needed?
Okay. So to answer to that, I would like first to tie together all the things that I've heard. And I've heard about agency. I've heard about the UN, of course, in its work in pushing forward with the Pact of the Future. I've heard about great power competition. For us, for the Philippines, for example, we do not ascribe to the thought, to the view that everything that happens in the international community is dictated by just two powers, by just the great powers, because in a way it denigrates the agency of all the other 190 plus states that are also actors in the international community. It would be a very sad world when you have 100 plus, almost 200 states, and only 2 countries would be the one that would be determining the future, the path that we would take. That is a very sad world that we will be living in. But for us, every state, and it goes back again to what I've been discussing about sovereign equality of all states, every state has their agency. They do things because they have their own interests, because they have their own aspirations, and that is the background, that is the springboard by which they interact with other states. And let me give you some example. For example, the Philippines, when it brought China to arbitration, many were saying it was because it was prodded by the US, coming from a great power competition mindset. But no, the legal theory behind the arbitration that we brought was basically came from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs itself. We developed the legal theory, and that one is something that nobody had thought of. And if you read the arbitral award, it's very revolutionary in the way it tried to resolve the dispute. Other states, when the great powers come to a locking horns situation, or in a way, for example, shying away from the legal order that they've created. Of course, other states would try to navigate, but they navigate because they have interests, and small states have due interests, and they push for it. For example, small island states who are very much affected by climate change. We all know that the bigger states don't want to move in the climate action, in climate agenda, but smaller island states do try to move the agenda forward. How? It was them, the small island states, that gathered everyone in the UN so that a general, a UNGA resolution be passed asking the ICJ to to deliver an advisory opinion on the international obligation of states with regard to climate change. And this happened already in ITLOS, International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. There's a commission for small island states, which basically also led the charge in asking the ITLOS to render an advisory opinion on the legal obligation of states to protect and preserve the marine environment from the harsh effects of greenhouse gas emission. There's already an advisory opinion on that. And it was pushed by states that you would think, do not matter in the greater scheme of great power competition. So that's the point that I'm trying. So, and it goes into now the value of multilateralism, because that is basically the idea of United Nations. Every state is equal, and every state is a voice. And it is small states, medium states, who will be able to push forward an agenda. So climate action, addressing the threats of new technologies, AI, all of this will move, not because you have two great powers who have interest in this, but it's because many other countries have their own interests, so that they may be able to develop technologies, may be able to have access to technologies, so that they may be able to support their own economic development. So going now to Vienna spirit. So indeed, there's been challenges in the international organizations in Vienna, and the Vienna-based organizations, as we call them, is because the IOs here in Vienna are supposed to be technical, and they have very technical mandates. This IAEA, but as there are certain countries who try to inject some agenda, political agenda, in these discussions, whether it's Palestine, whether it's about gender ideology, whether it's about Russia, Ukraine, would go into UNODC discussions, which in a way derails the consensus. We've seen that in a couple of in past years, but going back again to what I say, the agency of the states within these international organizations, many states are pushing back. And groups of countries like G77, although there's also some inconsistencies in the position there, but there is now a general sense here in Vienna that there's a need to revive the Vienna spirit. And I was just in a negotiation earlier in UNIDO, and we were negotiating a G77 statement with regard to, because there will be a meeting next week, and there was a real sense among the states that we should be able to go back again, agree by consensus on the statement, and be able to deliver. So there might have been proof that Vienna spirit has unraveled in the past years, but there's also proof that states are want to revive Vienna spirit, because it pretty much affirms their importance to be able to come to a consensus and push the agenda, especially, for example, the global south, the developing countries.
The question is whether we need the Vienna spirit. Do we need the Vienna spirit anymore?
No, we need the Vienna spirit. We all need consensus. So.
Okay, perfect. So much. I think we have, with this, very much outlined the complexity of the international organization sphere we are all entering in. And we're unfortunately running out of time, but we have been granted some extension. So I would kindly invite the floor now, if there are any questions, and I see the first hand going up, to please share with us. Please.
I have a question for Mrs. Chakarova. You have delved into the relationship between China and Russia, even giving it its own name. And I wanted to ask, what impact does that have on the West, and especially on the organizations, and how can they react, and especially to what extent can they react to it?
Thanks so much. Before letting you answer, we'll take some more questions just to ensure that we can answer a lot of participants. Perfect. Yeah, please. Thank you, Astrid.
Hi, thank you again for all of your insights. Actually, my question is really related to the last one. I want to talk about Tuvalu because there is research shows that these islands will not exist in 30 years, and we have the issue of what to do with these people. And as the UN, I think, is also concerned with what a state actually is, etc. I would be really interested in your answer on how do we deal with that? How do we deal with the problem? How do we guard those people? And what is your idea? Thank you.
Thanks so much. And the woman right behind her, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. It's very close to my heart because I myself worked for the United Nations for 20 years. At that time, UNIDO was part of the UN. And my main point is whether we regard the UN as the guardian of peace or the world's policeman, what real power does it have, if I may use this term, to punish offenders? When we hear about a terrible attack or something has happened in the world, the UN condemns. Nothing else seems to happen after that. Maybe sanctions, but that's more or less as far as it goes. That's the first question, the first point. The second point is, I think basically that the international organizations face two problems. One is financial, because of course they're dependent on the member states. If a member state withdraws, as happened at UNIDO many years ago, the Americans withdrew, then the Australians withdrew, and that left us in a bad situation. The second thing is that many of these organizations are not well enough known. The public doesn't seem to be aware of what they really do. And this was very true at that time of UNIDO. And I personally remember going to a meeting where I suggested that to make UNIDO better known, we go to schools, we give lectures at universities, we visit clubs, etc. When I got back to my office, I found I was being put on a committee to organize all that. So this is my basic point. At that time, no one seemed to know what UNIDO did. And I think it's very true of other organizations. So maybe the awareness should be stepped up. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I think one final question maybe maybe the lady in black.
Thank you very much for the discussion. My question concerns the future of the P5 in particular, because this group is not really reflecting anymore the current power situation of the world. For example, India is clearly claiming a seat for itself, and therefore there's this tension between the members of the P5 and the actual power citizens of the world. And because of this tension, the recognition of the P5 itself will eventually fade, or it is going to be expanded, or there's going to be a new, for example, umbrella organization, which is incorporating those smaller multilateral organizations that are emerging right now, coming from ASEAN, Mercosur, or whatever, or the BRICS. So what is going to happen to the P5, given this current situation, compared to 46? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think by some lucky charm or coincidence or greater planning, we might have a question for each panelist at this point. So maybe because that was directed towards you, Ms. Charakovna, would you like to outline and answer the question in regards to China and Russia relations and the West? And unfortunately, because we're over time, I would kindly ask you to be short, even though these questions are really complex, I understand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was hoping that this question won't come from the audience. When I was addressing some of the issues under the umbrella of bifurcation, and that is by far not multipolarity. So it doesn't refer specifically only to the polarization of the system. It refers to all three layers that my colleague outlined. It refers to the agency. It refers to the topics, to the content of international politics. And basically I argue, and I've been arguing for the last 10 years, that basically one of the biggest mistakes or misperception probably in terms of the scholar and academia on the one side, and also in terms of the decision makers on the other side, when they are reflecting on the reality of international relations, is to not admit to the possibility of a modus operandi of strategic coordination between China and Russia for the sake of shaping the global order based on their understanding, their perception of reality, their understanding, not just for the sake of creating counterweight to the American global power projection. Of course, this is at the core of it, to have something that is equal in scope, in size, in effect, and because neither China nor Russia are able to do it on their own, so they decided to kind of organically create top-down modus operandi for the last 10 years. As we are speaking right now today, Xi Jinping and Putin have met for more than 40 times in a time span of 10 years, and probably more than 60 times in direct formats of talks. That means conversations between their closest advisors. What does that tell you is that this bifurcation might be not a deliberate process in itself, but because of the action of key players, and as was outlined at the system, imagine the international relations as a pyramid. So at the top of it, at the systemic level, you have three key players. That's it. It's tragic. We don't like it, I don't like it, but don't shoot the messenger. And then we have, of course, this important, equally important regional layer, the meta layer, where all small, medium-sized, and big regional players are intertwined in various formats and constellations, and they are equally important. They are also important part. But the hierarchy, the natural order of things is this, that whatever these three great powers decide or not decide to do, this has direct or indirect impact on international relations, international organizations, and international law. That's the way it is. And so right now we are in the middle of this thing, in the middle of this process, where I argue that because of the dragon bearer modus operandi, and this is not a strategic alliance by any means, so you won't find any definition for that, okay? But because of this modus operandi, we are in a unique situation. We have never had this unique situation before for, let's say, the last 250 years of the history of international relations, from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. So let's leave the Middle Ages aside. So we have a rise of China, we have a rise of India, we have a rise of a lot of global South powers in all continents, and then we have this modus operandi that is trying now to compete over the hearts and minds of the global South. They're trying to compete over the interpretation of legal norms. They're trying to create new legal norms that have nothing to do with the existing ones. And the skeleton of all of this are international organizations. So here's the good news for you. International organizations are here to stay. Yes, and next time when we come together, they will be still here, but they will be modified. So the dragon bear is penetrating the existing Western organizations for the sake of their own interests. If you take a look at the UN Security Council, you will find out, and I have counted it, I've conducted an empirical analysis. Since 1990s, they have coordinated their positions on almost all issues with 3 exceptions. Abstaining means actually in favor. So the same goes now for the regional organizations in emergence with dragon bear nature. BRICS was mentioned. So BRICS plus, because it's no longer just BRICS, it's BRICS plus. We already have, speaking of ASEAN centrality, we have already ASEAN countries also joining the club, with Indonesia that has become a member of BRICS plus in 2025, and there will be more queuing there. So again, you have an empirical proof of something that's new. It's a kind of a new situation of organizations emerging organically because of this new reality, because countries don't want to miss an opportunity. They want to be part of this. And India is the best example, because India is currently taking the best from both worlds, is participating in US-led organizations and institutions, and at the same time in China, Russia-led organizations, such as, for instance, the BRICS Plus, but also Shanghai Organization for cooperation, so on and so on. So how are we going to, final sentence on my side, how are we going to, is there a Western response to that? I mean, the problem is, if you have the mindset, and I would argue that our political leadership right now and our institutional representation in general, I don't want to generalize, but that's my diagnosis, has a mindset of the past. It's not up to the task to really face a challenge like this, which is a unique systemic and structural challenge. So I think that our political and institutional leadership will be mostly preoccupied with themselves, with trying to kind of keep our own institutions ongoing, rather than actually say, okay, we need to adapt, we need to face the challenge, we need to do something else, we need to be more open to the needs of the rest of the world. And if that does not happen, and of course I know that my colleagues will disagree on some matters, there are also examples that point to the other direction, think of FTAs, but in general I think that there has to be a complete mindset shift, where if you think last week what the Indian, for instance, foreign minister said, we do not need preachers, we need practitioners.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And I think it was also an excellent example of putting the final thoughts into the final summary. So Billy, just very quickly on your side, if it would be possible for you to answer the question in regards to what the UN really impactfully does, especially when it comes to the real crisis, and punishing offenders, I think was the exact word which was used. So if you could. And also
conclude, I guess.
It concludes. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I mean, I can listen to you like, whole day. I know, and I think we should make more time next time. So
absolutely.
That we can really get into this in-depth discussions. It's very, very critical. I would be very, very short. You're my former colleague in the UN system, so what do I say to that? I think when it comes to hard powers within the UN, we just don't have them. This is it. And the reason is very simple. It's a member states-based organization. We, as UN member staff members, personnel, we don't make the decisions. We would like to make different decisions for sure. You know that. So, but we don't make the decisions. Member states make the decisions. So when it comes to the hard powers, punishing those perpetrators, zero. There's nothing. Okay, sorry to be very blunt on that, but that's what it is. Soft power, there's a lot, of course. I think this is where the value of the organization will continue to be, with these soft powers in terms of facilitating negotiations and reconciliation, empowering communities. This is quite critical because, again, we talked about the localization of the actions of the Pact for the Future. I think empowering communities, local communities, young people, women groups, other groups is critical because in the end, who are the governments? Who puts the governments in place? It's you. You are the ones who put governments in place. So I think if those communities are empowered well enough and democracy is functioning well enough, at least we have a chance that you can hold them accountable. So I guess the question comes back to you. I think this: what are you going to do to make sure that happens? And just to finally conclude, usually when I'm sitting here in your space, in your chair, I would ask the panelists, what gives you hope? What gives you hope? I mean, we've been speaking about many things that are very heavy. Seems like there's no future, there's no tomorrow, almost. I would ask usually this question. And I think if you didn't ask me this, but if you would ask me that question, I would say I would look in the audience. First of all, of course, I will look at my fellow panelists, for sure. But I will look mostly in the audience. And what do I see when I look in this audience? I see mainly young people. I don't know whether you're mostly DA students, I'm not sure, but it's mainly young people. And you are interested, as you started saying, you are engaging, you are learning, you are putting this conference together, you are acting, you're taking actions on these very important issues. So let me just conclude by saying that I am hopeful about the future because I see a lot of interest in young people who are who have the biggest stake in the future, and who are certainly going to be, you are already the leaders, but certainly some of you will be future leaders, and you're going to continue driving these changes. So thank you so much for having invited me, and I hope I made at least a little small contribution to this. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, you did. Thank you so much, Billy. Just for the audience, the whole part was cut for time reasons. So maybe we can go down to even shorter answers, potentially one sentence answers, because I think everyone's really curious about the summary of the day, and we have been really running over time. So to you, Mr. Deputy, we have been especially talking about Tuvalu, and you have been mentioning UNCLOS quite a lot, so I thought this was a fitting question. And then maybe you want to pick up on Billy's question. So
sure.
2 sentences.
Sure, sure.
Thank you.
2 sentences. There's an ongoing legal norm creation in the International Law Commission, and that is on the permanence of baselines. So imagine if all these small island states are totally submerged in water due to sea level rise. Where do they go? What happens to their state? That's the basic question. And the consensus right now in the ILC is that they remain to be a state. The baselines that they have before they are fully submerged by in water remains the same. And because part of being a state, one of the elements of a statehood is, of course, territory. So if they don't have any territory, they do lose their statehood? The answer is no. That's the growing consensus now in the ILC. And the process in the ILC is that it's more than 2 sentences already, is that it will be approved by the General Assembly of the UN. So I go back again to the beauty, importance of multilateralism, so that there are legal norms that are set in order to protect especially those who are disadvantaged.
Thank you so much, and really for keeping it also really down to the bare and the essential. Thank you. I guess that leaves the very last question, also an interesting one for you, Mr. Kornprobst, and it was, I have it here. Tuvalu climate change.
Marvin, I'm gonna.
P5, absolutely,
okay.
of course. The shift of P5, and the final words of this panel belong to you. So thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. No, I think a way of answering that question, but all the others too, is so think about it. So if an international organization is supposed to work, then the institutional design has to work. That is one condition. Yeah, there's another one as well. That's one condition. That part of that is the finances. Yes. Yeah. Part of that is the institutional legitimacy. So is it actually in an organization like the United Nations, is it actually legitimate in the eyes of the member states if you have the permanent 5 and they obviously are a little bit more equal than the others? Then there's output legitimacy. So with this kind of arrangement, can you actually meaningfully address the crises of our times? Is that in international peace and security? Is that in global health? Is that in environment? There we were Tuvalu, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so that is the one part, and the other one is the background. It's the mindsets, and so it's the ideas in the minds of people. And if everything is about geopolitics, if everything is about deterrence, then we probably are in dire straits, yeah, in various parts of the world. India, Pakistan is the latest one. It's always interesting to juxtapose that to what else could be. Yeah? So if one thinks about the origins of the European Union, then that is really the idea that cooperation, integration breeds peace, and standing apart breeds war. Yeah. If one thinks of way back then, yeah, so introduction of the principle of sovereignty, basically by what now would be called international lawyers, yeah, Josius, Vattel and everything, they all had a notion of solidarity among states. So I thought, okay, this kind of state system, interstate system, cannot work without some kind of a measure of solidarity. And even the most hard-nosed writers and practitioners of diplomacy, they talked not only about raison d'etat, national interest, but also about the raison de système. So you have to take care of the system itself. Yeah? And that, at the moment, is really lacking. That's an important one. Yeah? And on that note, then I think quite a bit of things that Billy said that with appealing to you, yeah. So if it's also about learning to stick together and to do something together, then well, the great powers may not always listen, yeah. But we have to try, yeah. And then I think one silver lining on the horizon there is that with the great powers at some stage, I think there's also going to be some kind of learning going on again. I just hope that it doesn't require a major catastrophe for this kind of learning to happen, because this is what research shows. So the kind of deep learning, comprehensive learning, oftentimes happens after disasters. So hopefully we are more wise than that.
Well, we certainly are after this panel. Also, I've absolutely abused my position of power here to let you stay longer and discuss this issue, because I'm really, really interested. So thank you all very much from my side. Thank you, distinguished panel. Thank you, audience, for staying longer with us. We hope we didn't spoil your afternoon plans. We have one final big thing before us, and this is the summary of the conference. So I may gladly invite you to please take seats in the first row, if you can still stay for this 1 minute or 5. And I'll now have the great pleasure to invite Lev Töpfer, who has been preparing a summary of today's learnings for us. And with this, also is the last speaker for today, and will present the closing remarks. Thank you. Yeah, and please, for the amazing speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Marvin. I promise I will not keep you long. But I would like to end this conference, as all good diplomatic conferences end, with a question of semantics. When we planned this conference, we discussed a lot about what the theme would be, and there's a good reason we didn't call this conference "Will Diplomacy Save the World?" Because as we heard today, again and again, we live in uncertain times. As we heard in the panel on power politics, there has been a change of language and tone in international relations. And as we heard in the panel on climate crisis, even though we face an existential threat, multilateral fora often struggle to address it. As Ambassador Briggs said today in the workshop on crisis diplomacy, we face more and more complex crises than ever. And those most affected are still often not included in the discussions, be it the voices of youth, women, or people from the global south. But luckily for us, the question of today is not will diplomacy save the world, it's can diplomacy save the world. And as Billy so beautifully raised, this is a question of hope and of possibilities. Jules said this morning that diplomacy is a tool. And we heard in the panel about new technologies that new technologies can serve as a way to bring these tools forward. And as we've just heard, even multiplexity has in it this opportunity. One outcome of the workshops today, of both workshops, is that short-time crises require long-term preparedness, and that means centering not only empathy, but agency. As Jana, one of our workshop hosts, said today, it's time to turn commitment into action. So can diplomacy save the world? I can't answer that question. I think we certainly cannot answer it after one day of conference, but we can certainly try. To refer back to Jules once again, diplomacy is more than shaking hands. It is action, whether in multilateral fora or on the street, or wherever you engage in international, multi-stakeholder projects, be it on a local, regional, or international level. Maybe the question is not if diplomacy can save the world, but maybe the question can serve for us to ask ourselves, both as practitioners and as students or aspiring students of international relations, how can we make sure that the diplomacy we take part in and the multilateral work we engage with aims to save the world? As Professor Kornprobst said, at least we have to try. And with that, I would like to close my closing remarks, and I will only keep you from our reception 1 second more for the round of thank yous. I really want to thank all the panelists and the workshop hosts for making this day possible, the diplomatic academic staff that has helped us so tremendously in the preparation of this, our sponsors, the City of Vienna, the International, Karl Ludwig, EF, the Club DA, the Embassy of the Philippines, and Sommerperle for supporting us in this conference, and of course, the lovely, lovely DASICON team that organized all of the students of this academy who took the time and effort to organize this conference, the project management team, Julia Diem and Kim Bergloff, the marketing team, Ilana Walker, Clara Brunstein, and Sonja Meyer, the incredible logistic teams, Henning Unheim and Konstantin Philipp, the speaker coordinator, Ferdinand Roniger, the sponsoring team, Astrid Steinöcker and Katrin Spielfolger, the moderators of today, who you've all seen, and the countless volunteers that have made this day possible. I spoke very fast, so you didn't have time to clap in between, because that would have taken even longer, but please join me in a round of applause for all the ones that made this day possible. And with that, it is my great honor to invite all of you to our reception for some drinks, some food, and some more thoughtful discussions to close out this day. Thank you so much.